welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. When I bought the house, I had memorized every detail of the floor plan: 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a small office. But today, as I walked past the hallway, my stomach dropped. There was an extra door. The air smelled stale, thick with dust and something faintly metallic. My pulse pounded as I gripped the handle. I had never seen this room before, but as the door creaked open, it looked lived in. Dust particles danced in the beam of light that cut through the darkness from the hallway. The room was small, perhaps the size of a modest bedroom, with faded wallpaper peeling at the corners. A wooden desk sat against one wall, its surface covered with papers and an old lamp. A single chair was positioned before it, angled slightly as if someone had just stood up. On the opposite wall hung a mirror with an ornate frame, reflecting the dim light in a way that seemed to distort the space behind me. What struck me most was not the impossibility of the room's existence, but the feeling that someone had been using it recently. I stepped inside, my shoes sinking slightly into the carpet. The floor felt different underneath, softer, almost spongier than the hardwood that ran throughout the rest of the house. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound. No response came, but I could have sworn I heard a faint echo, like my voice bouncing back from much farther away than the walls suggested. I approached the desk, drawn to the papers scattered across its surface. They appeared to be notes written in a cramped, angular handwriting. As I leaned closer, I noticed something odd. The writing seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. When I focused on any particular sentence, the words made sense, but as soon as my eyes moved away, the peripheral text appeared to rearrange itself. One note caught my attention: the walls breathe when no one is watching. A chill ran down my spine. I picked up the paper, and the moment my fingers touched it, I felt a subtle vibration, as if the page itself was humming with energy. The lamp on the desk flickered to life without my touching it, casting a sickly yellow glow across the room. The light revealed more details: small trinkets on a shelf, a worn rug with an intricate pattern, and what appeared to be photographs pinned to the wall. I moved closer to examine the photographs, but something about them made my skin crawl. Each one showed the interior of my house, my living room, my kitchen, my bedroom, but from angles that seemed impossible, as if taken from inside the walls themselves. And in each photo, barely noticeable in the background, was a dark figure standing just at the edge of the frame. My hand trembled as I touched one of the photos. It was cool to the touch, much cooler than it should have been in the stuffy room. When I pulled my finger away, a small smudge remained on the glossy surface, but not from dirt or dust. The photo itself seemed to have melted slightly at my touch. A sound from behind made me turn quickly. The door to the hallway had closed, though I couldn't remember hearing it shut. The only illumination now came from the desk lamp, which cast long, distorted shadows across the floor and walls. I went to the door and turned the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Not locked, the knob turned freely, but it felt as if something solid was pressed against the other side, preventing the door from opening. "Is someone there?" I called out, louder this time. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, as if I was hearing it from underwater. The mirror on the wall caught my attention again. From this angle, I could see that it didn't perfectly reflect the room. The reflection showed the same space, but subtly wrong. The desk was a few inches to the left. The chair was upright rather than angled, and the shadows fell in different directions. As I stared, trying to make sense of the discrepancy, something moved in the reflection. Not in the room with me, but only in the mirrored version of it. A shadow detaching itself from the corner, forming into a vaguely human shape. I spun around, but the corner of the actual room was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, the shadow was closer, more defined. It had features, now the suggestion of eyes, a mouth, limbs that seemed too long and jointed in too many places. My heart raced. I backed away from the mirror, bumping into the desk. Papers scattered to the floor, and as they fell, I noticed they were no longer covered in handwriting, but in crude drawing stick figures in various poses of distress, surrounded by darkness. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly. My breath fogged in front of my face, and the metal handle of the desk drawer grew a thin layer of frost under my fingers. The drawer slid open on its own, revealing a leather-bound journal. Against my better judgment, I picked it up. The cover was warm despite the cold air, pulsing slightly as if in time with a heartbeat. When I opened it, I found page after page filled with the same sentence written over and over. It knows you're here now. The lamp flickered, and in that moment of darkness, I felt something brush against my shoulder, not a solid touch, but more like cobwebs dragging across my skin. The light returned, and I was still alone in the room, but now all the photographs on the wall showed the same image, this room, from this exact moment, with me standing by the desk holding the journal. But in each photo, the dark figure was closer, just behind me, its featureless face now inches from my neck. I dropped the journal and lunged for the door again, pulling with all my strength. It opened suddenly, easily, as if nothing had been blocking it at all. I stumbled backward into the hallway, gasping for breath. The door swung shut on its own, slowly and deliberately. As it closed, I caught a final glimpse of the room now completely empty. No desk, no papers, no photographs, just bare walls and dusty floors, as if no one had been there in years. My legs weak, I slid down against the opposite wall of the hallway, staring at the door. My fingers fumbled for my phone, and I pulled up the original floor plans for the house, scrolling through them frantically. There was no extra room on the plans. There never had been. For days afterward, I avoided that section of the hallway. I told myself I had imagined it all stress from the move, perhaps, or an overactive imagination combined with the strange acoustics of an unfamiliar house. But then I noticed other changes, small at first items not where I had left them, lights I was certain I had turned off now blazing in empty rooms. The house felt different at night, the darkness thicker in certain corners, the silence broken by faint sounds that might have been settling foundations or might have been footsteps in rooms that shouldn't exist. One morning I found a photograph on my kitchen counter. I didn't recognize it, had never seen it before. It showed me, asleep in my bed, taken from an angle at the foot of my mattress. But my bedroom door had been locked that night, I was sure of it. The back of the photograph had a single line written in that same cramped handwriting. The room is wherever I need it to be. I packed a bag that day, threw it in my car, and drove away with no destination in mind. Just away from the house, away from that room, away from whatever had found its way into my life through that impossible door. That was a week ago. I've been staying in a small motel since then, trying to decide what to do next. Sell the house, perhaps, though the thought of someone else encountering that room fills me with dread. Last night I woke to find my motel room bathed in a sickly yellow light. The lamp on the desk had turned on by itself, a lamp that looked exactly like the one in that hidden room. On the desk beneath it sat a leather-bound journal, I had never seen before. As I write this now, I can feel the vibration of the walls around me. When I press my palm against them, they feel soft, almost organic, giving slightly under pressure like flesh. The door to my motel room doesn't open anymore, no matter how hard I pull. And the mirror on the wall doesn't show my reflection. It shows my room from the house, with a dark figure sitting at the desk, writing in a journal, documenting my every move. I know now that I never escaped. The room found me, or perhaps I never left it at all. Sometimes I think I can hear breathing in the walls when I'm not looking at them. And when I close my eyes, I know something moves closer. Story 2, I had just pulled into my driveway when I noticed it, another house. Same porch, same windows, same porch light glowing faintly through the curtains, but I only had one house. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of wet earth. My chest tightened as I stepped toward the second house, my mind screaming that this wasn't possible. And then from the window I saw someone inside, looking out, wearing my clothes. My first instinct was to blink hard, to rub my eyes and dispel what must be a hallucination. The fatigue from my long drive home had to be playing tricks on my vision. Yet when I opened my eyes again, both houses remained perfect mirrors of each other, down to the slightly crooked mailbox and the crack in the bottom porch step. I approached my house, the original one, and slipped the key into the lock. The metal felt unusually cold against my skin despite the warm evening air. Inside, everything appeared normal. The stack of mail on the counter, my jacket hung by the door, the faint smell of coffee from that morning. But something felt wrong. The air had a heaviness to it, like the atmosphere before a storm, pressing against my eardrums. From my living room window, I could see the duplicate house perfectly. No neighbors walked by to notice it. No cars slowed down in confusion. Was I the only one who could see it? I grabbed my phone and took several photos, then reviewed them immediately. In each image, there was just empty space where the second house should have been. My heart pounded against my ribs as I deleted the useless photos. That night, sleep evaded me. The bedroom walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting ever so slightly with each passing moment. Outside my window, the lights in the other house mirrored mine exactly. When I turned off my lamp, the window across the way went dark simultaneously. By morning, I convinced myself it had been a stress-induced hallucination. I made coffee, stronger than usual, and forced myself to eat despite my churning stomach. But when I peeked through the blinds, my duplicate home remained, morning dew glistening identically on both lawns. I called in sick to work. This anomaly demanded investigation. I found a notebook and began documenting everything: measurements between the houses, physical details, the movements I could detect from the other dwelling. The pages filled quickly with observations and questions without answers. During my documentation, I noticed something troubling. The figure inside the one wearing my clothes mirrored my movements with perfect synchronicity. When I raised my right hand, so did they. When I pressed my palm against the window, they did the same, as if we were touching through some impossible barrier. I decided to test this connection. Standing in my living room, I made a series of deliberate random gestures, jumping once, waving both arms, touching my head. Through the window, I watched as my doppelganger performed the exact sequence. Then I did something different. I raised my left hand while watching intently. In the other house, the figure raised their right hand, still mirroring me, not mimicking me. A mirror image, not a copy. The realization sent a chill through my body. I wasn't looking at a duplicate house with a duplicate me. I was looking at a reflection, but reflections don't exist independently in three-dimensional space. That night I kept all my lights on, fighting exhaustion. The incessant hum of the refrigerator grew louder, almost pulsating through the floorboards. The tap in the bathroom dripped with increasing volume until each drop sounded like a hammer striking metal. My senses were heightening, tuning into frequencies normally beyond perception. On impulse, I grabbed a marker and wrote on my living room window, "Who are you?" Large, bold letters facing outward. Across the way, my reflection did the same, creating the same message on their window. But when they finished, I could read their writing perfectly, not backward as a true reflection would appear. It said exactly what mine did. Who are you? My hands trembled as I wrote again, "Stop copying me." They wrote simultaneously, "Stop copying me." The marker fell from my grip, rolling under the couch. My reflection's marker disappeared from view as well. Something wasn't right about the physics of this situation. If this was truly a reflection, how could I read their writing normally, unless I was the reflection? The thought struck me with such force that I staggered backward, knocking over a lamp. Across the gap between our houses, the other me stumbled too, a crash visible through their window. I pressed my hands against my face, feeling the contours of my nose, the stubble on my chin. Everything felt real. The warmth of my skin, the beating of my heart. How could I be anything but real? Sleep eventually took me, sprawled across the couch with the curtains open. My dreams were fragmented visions of walking through my house only to step through a doorway and find myself in the identical rooms of the other dwelling. In these dreams, surfaces reflected impossible angles, and doorways led to the same room I'd just left. I awoke to a noise subtle but distinct, a faint scratching like fingernails dragging across wood. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Following the sound led me to my front door, where it intensified. Through the peephole I saw nothing unusual, just my front yard, the street beyond, and the edge of the other house in my peripheral vision. The scratching continued. Against my better judgment, I opened the door. There on my porch stood a small wooden box that hadn't been there before. Plain and unadorned except for a simple latch. The scratching emanated from within. I brought it inside, placing it on my kitchen counter. The box vibrated slightly with each scratching sound. With cautious fingers, I undid the latch and lifted the lid. Inside lay a hand mirror, its silver surface tarnished around the edges. The scratching stopped the moment I revealed it. From across the way, I could see my reflection watching me through their kitchen window, holding an identical box. I lifted the mirror from the box. It felt unnaturally heavy. When I gazed into it, expecting to see my face, I instead saw my house from an outside perspective. The angle shifted as I moved the mirror, allowing me to peer into different windows of my own home, but I couldn't see myself inside. Movement caught my eye. My reflection in the other house had also retrieved their mirror. They pointed it toward their house, just as I did with mine. A sudden understanding bloomed in my mind. I turned the mirror toward the duplicate house, and in its surface I saw not the exterior but the interior rooms. And there I was, moving through the rooms of the other house, though I stood firmly in my own kitchen. Reality began to bend. When I looked directly at the other house, I saw my reflection moving as I did. But in the mirror, I watched myself moving independently through that same house, unaware of my observation. Which version was real, the one I controlled or the one I merely observed? I dropped the mirror onto the counter. It didn't break but spun in slow circles, reflecting fragments of ceiling, walls, and windows with each rotation. Across the way, my reflection still held their mirror, staring into it with horrified fascination. That night, rain fell. Water streamed down both sets of windows in identical patterns. I sat in darkness, listening to the drumming on the roof, the mirror now hidden in a drawer, but its presence pulled at my awareness like a physical weight. By morning, I noticed something new. A gap had appeared between our houses, smaller than before. The structures were gradually moving closer together. By midday, I could see details I hadn't noticed before. A small scar on my reflection's hand that matched my own, the slight asymmetry in their facial features. I retrieved the mirror and pointed it at myself. The reflection was normal this time, just my tired face looking back at me. Then I angled it toward the window, toward the other house. In its surface, I saw myself again, but doing things I wasn't doing. Writing frantically in a notebook, pacing, occasionally pressing a hand against the glass and staring out with wild eyes. The houses continued their slow convergence throughout the day. By evening, they were close enough that I could see the condensation from my reflection's breath on their window. That night, I dreamed of walls dissolving, of stepping through solid objects like they were no more substantial than fog. I dreamed of meeting myself in the narrow space between our houses, our fingertips touching through glass that suddenly wasn't there. I awoke to the sound of breaking glass. Both houses had met during the night, windows pressing against windows, walls against walls. Where my living room window had been, there was now a jagged opening. Cool air rushed in, carrying unfamiliar yet recognizable scents, my own cologne, my own laundry detergent, but slightly different, as if experienced through someone else's senses. I approached the broken window cautiously. Through it, I could see into the other house, into the other living room that matched mine in every detail. And standing there, equally cautious, was me. We stared at each other, neither reflection nor original now, just two identical beings separated by a rapidly dissolving boundary. I reached forward, they did the same, our fingers touched. The sensation wasn't what I expected. Rather than the warmth of human contact, I felt a cold liquid resistance, like pushing through mercury. Our fingertips merged, then our hands, then our arms. Pain shot through me, not physical, but existential, as our separate consciousnesses began to bleed into one another. Memories that weren't mine flashed before my eyes, the same life, the same experiences, but from a slightly different perspective. Like reading a familiar book translated to another language and back again, with subtle meanings changed in the process. I tried to pull away, but it was too late. The merging had begun. I felt myself being both absorbed and absorber, both conquered and conqueror. Which one was I, the original or the reflection? Did it matter anymore? As our merger neared completion, one final thought formed in our connected mind. Neither of us had been real. We were both reflections of something else, something watching from beyond the mirrors, beyond the walls of perception that now crumbled around us. When the authorities eventually entered the property, they found only one house. Inside, everything was intact except for a single broken mirror on the floor. Of the resident, there was no sign, only a notebook filled with increasingly disjointed writing about a second house that never existed. And sometimes, when the light hits the remaining shards of mirror just right, residents swear they can see someone looking back at them, mouth open in a silent scream, trapped behind the glass, forever searching for a way back to a reality that may itself be nothing more than a reflection of a reflection. Story 3. I never looked under my bed, not because I was afraid, just because I never had a reason to. But last night, as I dropped my phone, I crouched down to retrieve it. The air smelled stale, thick with dust and something sharp, like scorched fabric. My breath caught. A hand, pale, thin, unmoving, rested against the floorboards. My pulse pounded as I slowly reached forward. And then, before I could touch it, it slid back into the darkness. I stayed frozen, my own hand suspended in midair. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. A trick of the light, an old glove I'd forgotten about, my imagination running wild in the dim evening. But I knew what I'd seen. Those slender fingers, that alabaster skin, the way it retreated with purpose. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay rigid atop my mattress, ears straining for any sound from below. The house settled around me with its familiar creaks and sighs, but something felt different now. I could swear the floorboards beneath my bed vibrated with a subtle rhythm, almost like breathing. Morning came with merciful light streaming through my curtains. The memory of the hand seemed distant, less threatening. I convinced myself it had been nothing, stress manifesting as a hallucination. I went about my day, making coffee, answering emails, pretending normalcy. Yet I couldn't stop thinking about it. That evening I returned to my bedroom with a flashlight. Determination had replaced fear. I needed to know, I needed to see. I knelt beside the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, and switched on the light. The beam cut through the darkness underneath, revealing nothing but dust bunnies and forgotten socks. I lay flat on my stomach, pushing the flashlight further, illuminating every corner. Nothing. The relief was palpable, washing over me in waves. I started to laugh at myself, at how I'd let my imagination spiral out of control. Then I noticed it, a faint scratching sound from the wall behind my headboard. Not the scurrying of mice or the settling of the foundation. This was deliberate, rhythmic, like fingernails dragging slowly across plaster. I pressed my ear against the wall. The scratching stopped immediately. Instead, I felt a vibration, as if something on the other side had pressed back, mirroring my action. I pulled away, heart racing. The wall looked normal, painted the same soft gray as the rest of the room. But now I noticed a barely perceptible bulge, a slight curvature that hadn't been there before. As I stared, it seemed to pulse. That night I dragged my mattress to the living room. I told myself it was just for one night, just until I could think clearly again. I tried to read, to distract myself with mindless television, but my thoughts kept returning to that hand, to the scratching, to the wall that breathed. Sleep came in fitful bursts. During one shallow period of rest, I felt something brush against my cheek, gentle, almost affectionate. I bolted upright, scanning the darkened room. Nothing moved in the shadows, yet the air felt charged, expectant. The next day I began documenting everything. I took photos of the wall, measured the bulge, recorded the scratching sounds when they returned. I needed evidence, proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The recordings captured nothing but static. The photos showed a normal wall. The measurements were inconsistent, as if the bulge grew and shrank. I found myself standing in hardware stores, examining sledgehammers and crowbars. I considered demolishing the wall, tearing it down to see what lurked behind, but something held me back, a primal fear of what I might unleash. Instead, I set up a camera facing my bed. I placed it on my dresser, angled to capture the floor beneath and the wall behind. I let it run all night while I again slept in the living room. The footage showed nothing unusual for the first few hours, but at exactly midnight the image distorted. Not in the way digital recordings typically glitch, this was different. The floor beneath my bed appeared to ripple, like water disturbed by something moving underneath. The wall behind the headboard expanded outward, forming a distinct handprint that pressed against the paint from within. And then at the edge of the frame, fingers curled around the corner of my mattress. Long, bone-white fingers that flexed and stretched as if testing their mobility. They retreated quickly, leaving no trace. I watched the footage 17 times, my horror growing with each viewing. This was real. This was happening. That night I stayed in my bedroom. I pushed the bed to the center of the room, away from all walls. I sat cross-legged on the mattress, a baseball bat beside me, waiting. My senses felt heightened. The ticking of my wristwatch sounded like thunder, the distant hum of the refrigerator like a mechanical scream. The darkness gathered around me, thick and oppressive. The air grew cold, then hot, then cold again. I felt watched from all directions. A whisper emerged from beneath me. Not words, not language, but a sibilant hiss that might have been speech. I gripped the bat tighter, knuckles white. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. The whispering stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, as if all sound had been sucked from the world. Then my bed began to sink. Not dramatically, not all at once, but slowly, inexorably, as if the floor beneath was softening. I scrambled off, backing against the far wall. The mattress continued to sink, creating a depression in the floor that shouldn't have been possible. A hand emerged from the center of the depression, the same pale hand I'd seen before, but now joined by another. They gripped the edges of the sunken mattress, pulling. Something was coming through. I ran out of the bedroom, out of the house, into the night. I spent hours walking aimlessly, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. When dawn broke, I returned, half expecting to find my home transformed, my bedroom a portal to somewhere else. But everything looked normal. The bed sat flat on solid floor. The walls were straight, unblemished. Even the recordings and photos I'd taken were gone from my devices as if they'd never existed. I almost convinced myself it had been an elaborate nightmare. Almost. But now I notice things. The mirrors in my house reflect movements I don't make. The shower runs warm one moment, ice cold the next. And my skin sometimes feels too tight, as if something underneath is pushing to get out. At night, I hear scratching from inside my closet, from inside the refrigerator, from inside my car. I've checked every possible hiding place in my home. Nothing is there, and yet the sounds continue. Yesterday, I caught sight of my reflection in a store window. For a split second, my hand wasn't my own. The fingers were too long, the skin too pale. I flexed my hand, and my reflection did the same, but with a slight delay, as if it were learning to mimic me. I don't know what came through that night. I don't know if it's still here or if it's gone back to wherever it came from. But I know it left something behind, something in me, something that waits. I feel it most when I'm alone, when the world grows quiet. A presence just behind my thoughts, a whisper beneath my heartbeat, a hand reaching up through the darkness inside me. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel my fingers stretching, growing longer, paler, reaching for something I cannot see. Story 4, I first noticed it last week, a small sinkhole near the tree line, no bigger than a dinner plate. But tonight, as I stood outside, my stomach twisted. The hole was wider now, and from inside I heard whispering. The air smelled damp, rich with soil and something almost metallic. My breath hitched as I stepped closer. The words were clearer now, urgent, and they were calling my name. That first night I convinced myself it was just the wind through the trees, or perhaps water running through some underground stream. The rational mind seeks comfortable explanations. I took a photo with my phone, intending to call someone about it the next day. But when I checked the image later, the screen showed only static where the hole should have been. I deleted it and tried to forget. The following day brought heavy rain. I watched from my kitchen window as water poured down, forming rivulets across my yard. Something pulled my attention to the hole it wasn't filling with water. Instead, the rain seemed to avoid it as if repelled by an invisible force. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass, squinting through the downpour. The ground around the hole remained dry in a perfect circle. That night I dreamt of voices, not the indistinct whispers from before, but conversations held just below the threshold of comprehension. I woke drenched in sweat, my sheets twisted around my legs. The digital display beside my bed showed numbers that made no sense, the digits scrambled and rearranging themselves as I watched. Morning brought no relief. I found myself drawn to the window again, coffee cooling in my hand. The hole had grown now the size of a large bucket. The grass around it had withered overnight, creating a dead ring that traced a perfect circle. My coffee tasted wrong, bitter and gritty, like soil mixed with metal shavings. I needed evidence. If this was happening, I wanted proof. I set up my old voice recorder near the hole, securing it with rocks so it wouldn't fall in. Then I waited inside, trying to focus on normal tasks, dishes, laundry, answering emails. But my mind kept drifting back to what might be capturing on that little device. When darkness fell, I retrieved the recorder with trembling hands. Inside, curled on my couch with every light blazing, I pressed play. Static filled the room, white noise that pulsed like a heartbeat, then beneath it voices. Multiple voices speaking words I almost recognized, until one voice rose above the others, clearer than the rest. We're waiting for you. Sleep became impossible. I lay awake, staring at my ceiling, listening to the house settle around me. The pipes knocked, the refrigerator hummed, normal sounds that now carried sinister undertones. Something was different about my home, as if the walls themselves had shifted imperceptibly. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of the hole each morning and evening, measuring its circumference with string. The growth was consistent, expanding by the same amount between each check. I recorded temperatures around it, noting how the air grew colder the closer I moved toward the opening. I collected soil samples from progressively closer rings and examined them under a children's microscope I found in my closet. The soil closest to the hole contained particles. I couldn't identify tiny black specks that moved when I wasn't looking directly at them. When I tried to show a friend online, my video call disconnected every single time. My dreams grew more intense. I found myself walking toward the hole in my sleep, waking up in my yard with dirt-caked feet and no memory of how I got there. The whispering became a constant companion, following me through my house, echoing in empty rooms. The hole was the size of a small pond now. The dead grass had spread halfway across my yard. Birds no longer sang in the nearby trees. No insects buzzed. Even the neighborhood dogs had stopped barking. I tried filling it, once bought bags of soil from the garden store and emptied them into the darkness. The hole swallowed every grain and seemed to deepen in response. That night, my floors vibrated with a low, angry hum that rattled the dishes in my cabinets. The neighbor who lived behind me noticed it too. I saw him standing at the edge of his property, staring. When I raised my hand in greeting, he quickly turned away. The next day, his house was empty. A for sale sign appeared, then disappeared within hours. My research became obsessive. I found similar accounts online, people describing holes that whispered, that grew, that consumed. Most of these stories ended abruptly, the posters never returning to update their situations. Those that did continue described increasing isolation, strange phenomena, and eventually a decision. Joys. I understood now. The hole wasn't just growing physically, it was growing inside my mind. The whispers no longer came just from the yard. They emerged from my shower drain, from heating vents, from the gaps between floorboards. My reflection in mirrors became unreliable, always seeming to move a fraction of a second too late. The voices became clearer. They promised knowledge, understanding, answers to questions I hadn't even thought to ask. All I needed to do was come closer, just a little closer. My documentation grew erratic. Pages of notes where my handwriting deteriorated into spirals and strange symbols I didn't recognize. Audio recordings filled with my own voice repeating phrases I had no memory of saying. Photos that showed a darkness spreading not just from the hole but from the windows of my house, from my own eyes in selfies. My skin began to change. Tiny black veins appeared on my hands, spreading up my arms like roots. They didn't hurt. In fact, when I traced them with my fingers, a pleasant numbness spread through my body, quieting the constant anxiety that had taken residence in my chest. I lost track of days. The sun rose and set, but the rhythm no longer matched any natural cycle I recognized. Sometimes darkness fell suddenly, as if someone had flipped a switch. Other times, dawn stretched for what felt like days, the light never quite reaching full brightness. The hole now dominated my yard, a perfect circle of absolute darkness, no light reflected from its surface. Objects dropped into it made no sound. I tied a string to a brick and lowered it down. The string continued to unspool until I ran out. When I tried to pull it back up, the string came easily, the end clean cut, the brick gone. My phone stopped working, then the power went out. I didn't call anyone to fix it. The darkness felt right somehow. I used candles, watching how their flames bent toward the window facing the yard, as if the hole was breathing, inhaling slowly and steadily. I found myself sitting at the edge more and more often. The voices were soothing now, familiar. They knew me better than anyone ever had. They promised belonging, purpose. They showed me images when I closed my eyes, vast spaces filled with light patterns I couldn't describe with human language. Structures that folded in on themselves in impossible ways. Beauty that made me weep. The black veins now covered most of my body. My eyes had darkened until the pupils and irises were indistinguishable. I could see better now, especially at night. I could see things moving in the shadows, things that had always been there, just beyond human perception. I began to understand that the hole wasn't something that had appeared in my yard. It had always been there, beneath everything. The whispers weren't coming from something alien, they were the true voice of reality, finally audible to me. Yesterday, if that word still has meaning, I made my decision. I gathered my notes, recordings, and photographs. I placed them in a metal box and buried it far from the hole, marking the spot with stones arranged in a pattern the voices taught me. I'm leaving this final account beside it for whoever comes next, for whoever notices the new hole that will form near their home. The whispering calls me now, not with fear but with recognition, not as prey but as kin. The hole has grown inside me as much as in my yard. We are extensions of each other. I know what waits below, not death, not destruction, just the truth behind the thin veneer we call reality. The voices have shown me glimpses, a vast network connecting everything, pulsing with awareness. They've shown me my place within it. Tonight I will step forward into the darkness, into the embrace of what has been waiting for me. I am not afraid. The transformation is almost complete. The black veins have reached my heart. What you call me will cease, but I will continue, become something greater. My consciousness will join the whispering, calling to others who are ready to see. If you're reading this and you've noticed a small hole, no bigger than a dinner plate, growing in your yard, listen carefully. When you hear the whispers calling your name, you'll know it's me. And I'll be waiting for you. Story 5. I had spent summers here as a child, running through the halls, playing in the attic. But there was one door always locked, always ignored, until today. The air smelled thick, stale, tinged with something bitter, like old paper. My fingers trembled as I turned the key I had found buried in a drawer. The lock clicked. From the other side, something moved. The sound was faint, a gentle scraping against wood, as if something light was being dragged across the floor. I held my breath, my hand frozen on the doorknob. The house around me seemed to hold its breath too, the usual creaks and sighs of the old structure fallen silent. I pushed the door open just a crack. Darkness spilled out like ink, a darkness deeper than any shadow should be. My eyes strained to adjust, but the blackness seemed to absorb all light. A cold draft whispered against my face, carrying a scent I couldn't place, not quite decay, not quite perfume, but something in between, something that made the hairs on my arms stand rigid. Hello, my voice sounded small, swallowed by the darkness beyond the door. No response came, yet I felt something shift in the air, a presence acknowledging my intrusion. The rational part of my mind suggested a window left open, a curtain moving in the breeze, but this felt different, intentional, aware. I fumbled for my phone, switched on the flashlight, and pointed it into the room. The beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet before being consumed by the darkness. But in that small illuminated circle, I saw the edge of a desk, covered in dust so thick it looked like gray velvet. And on that dust, fresh marks, lines drawn through it as if by fingers. My grandmother had never mentioned this room, not once in all the years I'd spent in her house. When I'd asked about the locked door as a child, she would change the subject, her eyes growing distant, her smile tightening at the corners. Now, standing at the threshold, I understood why. The room felt wrong, not in any way I could articulate, but in a primal, instinctual way that made my skin crawl and my heart hammer against my ribs. Everything inside me screamed to close the door, to turn the key, to forget I had ever found it. Instead, I stepped inside. The floor creaked beneath my feet, the sound amplified in the silence. With each step, the dust swirled around my ankles, dancing in the beam of my flashlight. The room was small, smaller than I had imagined. A single window on the far wall was covered by heavy drapes, their pattern faded beyond recognition. I moved toward the desk, my light revealing more details. Papers scattered across its surface, yellowed with age. A fountain pen lay on its side, the ink long dried, and beside it a small leather-bound book, its cover worn smooth by countless touches. As I reached for the book, a whisper brushed against my ear so soft I almost believed I had imagined it. But then it came again, a sound like paper rustling, like syllables formed by a mouth too dry to speak properly. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting wild arcs through the darkness. Nothing, no one, just the door behind me open to the hallway beyond. The book felt warm in my hand, as if it had been recently held. I opened it, the spine cracking in protest. The pages were filled with my grandmother's handwriting, but not the neat, precise script I remembered from birthday cards and cookie recipes. This was frantic, pressed deep into the paper, words crowding together and spilling into the margins. It knows I'm here, the first page read. It follows me from room to room, not with footsteps, but with silence. It waits in places where silence shouldn't be. My breath caught in my throat. I turned the page. I've locked it away, the key is hidden, but sometimes when the house is quiet, I can hear it scratching at the door. It wants out, or perhaps it wants me in. A chill ran down my spine. I looked up from the book, suddenly aware of how quiet the house had become. No birds singing outside, no distant hum of traffic. Not even the sound of my own breathing seemed to reach my ears. The door, which I had left open, was now closed. I rushed to it, grabbed the handle, and pulled. It didn't budge. I pulled harder, the metal cold against my palm. Nothing. The door was sealed as if it had never been designed to open. Panic rose in my chest, a wild, fluttering bird seeking escape. I pounded on the door, the sound strangely muffled, as if the wood was absorbing the impact rather than resonating with it. "Help!" I shouted, but even my voice seemed to fall flat, contained within the room like everything else. Behind me, the leather book hit the floor with a dull thud. I hadn't dropped it. I had been holding it firmly in my left hand, but now it lay open on the dusty floorboards, its pages flipping as if caught in a breeze. There was no breeze. The pages settled, and in the beam of my flashlight, I saw new words appearing on the blank paper. Not written, but forming, as if the paper itself was changing, dark letters bleeding to the surface. "Welcome back," the words read. My mouth went dry. "Who are you?" I whispered. More words appeared, one letter at a time. "You know who I am. You've always known." The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face. The flashlight flickered, its beam weakening. "What do you want?" My voice shook, barely audible even to myself. The pages turned, though nothing touched them. On a fresh page, words formed once more. "The same thing you want to be remembered." The book slammed shut. My flashlight died. In the perfect darkness, I felt something brush against my cheek, light as a feather, cold as ice. A touch I somehow recognized, though I had never felt it before. The scent of old paper grew stronger, mixed now with something metallic, like blood. "Grandmother," I whispered into the darkness. The whisper came again, closer now, shaped into words I could almost understand. Almost, but not quite. The sound of it made my skin crawl, because it wasn't my grandmother's voice. It wasn't human at all. Something cold wrapped around my wrist, not a hand, but something that felt like one, with too many fingers, each one cold and dry as bone. I screamed, the sound trapped in the room with me, bouncing off the walls and returning to my ears, distorted and strange. I pulled away, stumbling backward, colliding with the desk, papers scattered, the fountain pen rolling across the wood with a sound like distant thunder. My back hit the wall and I slid down it, curling into myself, trying to become smaller, invisible. The darkness pressed against me, not just the absence of light, but something physical, something that had weight and substance and intention. "Please," I begged, though I didn't know what I was begging for. Release, understanding, mercy. The thing in the darkness moved closer. I could sense it, a void deeper than the blackness around it, a hunger that had waited decades to be fed. The whisper came again, directly in my ear, and this time I understood. "You opened the door," it said, its voice like rustling pages. "You invited me out." "No," I protested, my voice weak. "I just wanted to know." "Knowledge has a price," it interrupted. "Your grandmother knew that. She paid it gladly." My mind raced, piecing together fragments of memory. My grandmother's vacant stare in her final years, the way she would sometimes speak to empty corners of rooms, the names she would call me that weren't my own. What did you do to her? I demanded, finding a scrap of courage in my fear. The darkness seemed to chuckle, a sound like dry leaves scraping against stone. I kept her company, as I'll keep you company now. The touch came again, this time against my forehead, a gentle pressure that sent ice through my veins. With it came images my grandmother as a young woman, sitting at the desk, writing in the leather book, her face gaunt, eyes sunken, hand moving across the page as if guided by an unseen force. She wrote me into existence, the whisper said, word by word, thought by thought, a companion for her loneliness, a keeper of her secrets. I saw her sealing the room, turning the key in the lock with trembling hands. I saw her hide the key, her eyes darting to shadows as if expecting them to lunge. I saw her grow old, the thing from the room visiting her in dreams, speaking through her lips when she slept. And now, the whisper continued, you freed me, how kind. The darkness receded just slightly, enough for me to see the book on the floor open again, pages blank and waiting. Beside it lay the fountain pen, its metal nib gleaming as if freshly dipped in ink. Understanding dawned, cold and terrible. You want me to write, I said. I want you to remember, it corrected, to record, to witness, someone must. The pressure on my forehead increased, and with it came pain sharp, insistent, like a nail being driven into my skull. I cried out, clutching my head, feeling warmth trickle between my fingers. Blood, my blood. Write, the whisper commanded, write what you see. Images flooded my mind too fast to comprehend. Faces I didn't recognize, places I'd never been, pain that wasn't mine, joy that felt stolen, memories that couldn't possibly belong to me, yet felt more real than my own. I crawled to the book, my body moving without my permission. My hand closed around the pen, lifted it to the page. The nib touched paper, and words began to flow, not my words, but theirs. The thing in the darkness dictated, and I transcribed. I don't know how long I wrote. Time seemed to stretch and warp in that room. The light never changed, the darkness never lifted. My hand ached, then went numb, then ached again. The pages filled, one after another, with a story I couldn't comprehend but somehow knew was true. When it was done, when the last word was written and the last page turned, the thing in the darkness sighed a sound of satisfaction, of completion. Thank you, it whispered. Now we wait. Wait for what? I asked, my voice raw. For the next reader, the next writer, the next door to open. The darkness receded further, gathering itself into a corner of the room. The pressure in my head eased. I could see the door again, no longer sealed but slightly ajar, a sliver of hallway light spilling through. I stood on shaky legs, the book clutched to my chest. I could leave now, I realized, walk out the door and never return, burn the book, forget. But as I reached for the door, the whisper came one last time. You won't forget, it said, a promise and a threat, and neither will I. I stepped into the hallway, turned, and looked back into the room. In the darkness, something smiled not with a mouth, but with the idea of a smile, the memory of teeth and lips drawn from countless faces it had worn before. I closed the door, the lock clicked. From the other side, something moved. I still have the book, I keep it locked away, but sometimes when the house is quiet, I can hear it calling to me, not with words, but with silence. It waits in places where silence shouldn't be. And sometimes when I catch my reflection in a mirror or a window, I see something looking back that isn't quite me. Something that remembers, something that waits. The door is locked again, the key is hidden, but I know it doesn't matter. Because the door was never meant to keep it in. It was meant to keep us out. Story 6. The pond was still, the surface smooth as glass. I leaned over to take a closer look, but my breath hitched. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of algae and something sweet, almost rotten. My reflection was wrong, the tilt of its head, the way its lips were parted, and then as I watched, my reflection blinked, but I hadn't. I jerked backward, nearly falling as my heel caught on a root. The ground felt soft beneath my feet, too soft, as if it might give way at any moment. When I gathered my courage and peered again at the water, my reflection looked normal, scared, but normal. It mimicked my movements exactly, the way reflections should. Perhaps it had been a trick of light, or my mind playing games after too many sleepless nights. I'd been having strange dreams lately, dreams where I walked through my home but couldn't recognize it, where doors led to rooms that shouldn't exist and windows showed landscapes I'd never seen. I knelt by the water's edge and dipped my fingers in. The liquid was cold, colder than it should be given the warm air around me. As ripples spread from my touch, I noticed something dark moving beneath the surface. Not a fish, something larger, something that seemed to shift and change shape as it moved. I pulled my hand back quickly, wiping it against my jeans. The wetness left a strange residue, slightly tacky to the touch. When I looked at my fingertips, they appeared normal, but they tingled as if they'd fallen asleep. That night I dreamt of water, dark water that rose around my bed, lifting me gently, carrying me through my bedroom wall and out into a vast darkness. In the dream, I could breathe underwater, and voices whispered to me from the depths, familiar voices that I couldn't quite place. I woke with my sheets damp as if I'd been sweating profusely, but the moisture didn't smell like sweat. It smelled like algae and that same sweet rot from the pond. I took a shower, scrubbing my skin until it was raw and pink. The bathroom mirror fogged up from the hot water, and as I wiped it clear with my palm, I saw something in the corner of my reflection, a darkness, a shadow that didn't match anything in the room behind me. When I turned to look, nothing was there, but in the mirror it remained for a heartbeat longer before fading away. That was the beginning, small things at first easily dismissed, easily rationalized. My coffee tasted metallic. The walls of my bedroom seemed to vibrate slightly when I placed my palm against them. The television would sometimes catch strange interference, voices cutting through static that sounded almost like my name being called from far away. I started keeping notes. A journal of occurrences, times, descriptions. I recorded audio while I slept and played it back during daylight, listening through headphones as I sat in my car in a crowded parking lot where normalcy bustled around me. In the recordings, I could hear my breathing change at exactly the same moment each night. It would become deeper, rhythmic, almost like I was underwater. And beneath it, so faint I had to turn the volume to maximum, was a sound like gently lapping waves. I went back to the pond, I'm not sure why, curiosity or compulsion, perhaps both. I brought my camera this time, determined to document whatever might happen. The water was perfectly still again, dark and inviting in a way that made my skin crawl. I photographed my reflection normal at first, but when I reviewed the images on the small screen, I noticed something strange. In each successive photo, my reflection seemed to be turning slightly, so that by the last image, it was looking just past the camera, just past me, as if watching something approach from behind. I spun around, heart hammering in my chest, but nothing was there. Just trees and undergrowth and the distant sound of birds. The compulsion grew stronger. I found myself drawn to any reflective surface, windows at night, polished metal, even the black screen of my phone before I turned it on. I began to notice that sometimes, just sometimes, my reflection would be a fraction of a second too slow to mimic my movements, or its eyes would linger on something I wasn't looking at. I set up mirrors in my home, positioned to reflect each other, creating endless corridors of my own image that stretched into infinity. I sat watching, waiting, documenting, convinced that somewhere in that recursive tunnel of reflections, something would reveal itself. My neighbors started to avoid me. I overheard them whispering when I collected my mail. "Something wrong with the eyes," one said. "Doesn't look right anymore," said another. I checked my eyes in the mirror. They looked the same as they always had, didn't they? Perhaps a bit bloodshot from lack of sleep, perhaps a bit whiter, more vigilant, but still mine. Then came the day I found water on my kitchen floor. Not a puddle from a leaky pipe or a spilled glass, a perfect circle of water, as if someone had placed a round container there and then removed it, leaving just the outline. I touched it, felt that same cold that didn't match the ambient temperature. It didn't evaporate over the day, but remained exactly as I'd found it. When darkness fell, I sat beside it with my journal and a pen, making notes by flashlight. Near midnight, the circle began to ripple, though nothing had disturbed it. The ripples moved inward rather than outward, contracting toward the center. As I watched, the water began to rise, defying gravity, forming a column that grew until it reached the height of my chest. The column developed contours, curves, a suggestion of shoulders, a neck, a head. It became a liquid sculpture of a human form, faceless and wavering. I should have run. Any rational person would have fled, but I was beyond rationality by then. I raised my hand, and the figure raised its hand in perfect synchronicity. My reflection, but not from any mirror. It stepped out of the circle, water flowing across my floor but leaving no wetness behind. It stood before me, a perfect liquid replica, features slowly forming to match my own. When its mouth opened, water should have poured out, but instead came words in a voice that was mine but not mine, deeper, as if speaking from the bottom of a well. "You've been looking for me," it said. "What are you?" I asked, surprised at the steadiness of my voice. "I am what waits on the other side of every reflection. I am what watches when you think you're alone. I've always been here, just behind the glass, behind the surface of the water." "What do you want?" Its head tilted in that same wrong way I'd seen that first day at the pond. "To trade places, just for a while. I've been watching for so long. I want to feel, to touch, to breathe air instead of darkness." "And what happens to me?" Its smile widened slightly, unnaturally. "You watch for a while from the other side." I declined, of course, backed away, told it to leave. It seemed to accept this, dissolving back into a puddle that evaporated within moments, leaving my floor dry as bone. I convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by stress and insomnia. I made appointments with doctors, underwent tests, received prescriptions for sleep aids and anti-anxiety medications. For a while, things improved. The strange occurrences stopped, or perhaps I just stopped noticing them. I slept dreamlessly thanks to the medications. I stopped recording my nights, stopped keeping my journal, returned to some semblance of normal life. Until the morning I woke to find my bathroom mirror completely fogged over, despite there having been no shower run. Written in the condensation was a simple message, still waiting. That night I flushed my medications down the toilet. I needed clarity, needed to be alert. I retrieved my journal and began making notes again. I set up cameras, pointing them at mirrors, at windows, at glasses of water left throughout my home. The footage showed nothing unusual except was that a flicker, a frame where the reflection moved independently. I went through the video frame by frame, and there it was a single image where my reflection was turned fully toward the camera while I had been in profile. I began to hear water everywhere, in the walls, under the floorboards. Even in dry places, the sound of gentle lapping waves followed me. My skin felt constantly damp, though it appeared dry to the touch. Finally, drawn by an impulse I couldn't fight, I filled my bathtub with cold water. No bubbles, no soap, just clear water that reflected the ceiling light like a square pool. I climbed in fully clothed and lay back, submerging myself completely. Under the water, with my eyes open, I saw it not my bathroom ceiling, but a night sky I didn't recognize, with stars arranged in unfamiliar patterns. And standing above me, looking down into the water from the other side, was my own face wearing an expression of perfect calm. "Your turn to watch," my reflection said, its voice perfectly clear despite the water. I felt a pulling sensation, as if the water itself was drawing me upward toward that other place, while simultaneously something was pushing down, trying to take my place. For a moment, I existed in both places, at once half in my bathtub, half in that strange world of dark water under alien stars. I fought then, thrashing and struggling against the pull. Water splashed over the sides of the tub as I broke the surface, gasping and coughing. The ceiling above was my normal ceiling again. The water was just water. But something had changed. When I climbed out and looked in the bathroom mirror, I noticed a slight delay in my reflection's movements, just a fraction of a second, but enough to notice. When I smiled, testing, my reflection's smile lingered just a bit too long. And sometimes now, from the corner of my eye, I catch my reflection performing actions I'm not. A subtle turn of the head, a finger tapping against the surface, a knowing smile. I've covered all the mirrors in my home. I avoid puddles after rain, no longer drink from transparent glasses. But I know it's still there, waiting for another moment of weakness, waiting for me to look too long at still water or a darkened window. The exchange wasn't complete, but something came through from that other side, or perhaps something of me remained there on the other side of the water. I'm not entirely myself anymore, not entirely whole. Sometimes I wake to find my clothes soaking wet, though I haven't been near water. Sometimes I find myself standing before covered mirrors with no memory of how I got there. And always, I hear the gentle sound of lapping waves just at the edge of perception. I write this as a warning: be careful of still water. Be careful of what might be looking back at you from reflective surfaces. And if your reflection ever moves when you don't, if it ever smiles when you aren't smiling, look away immediately. Because it's waiting, patient and eternal, and one day I fear it will finish what we started. My fingers are always damp now. The keys of my keyboard leave tiny ripples as I type, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I see that other place vast and dark and waiting. It knows I'll come back to the water eventually. We all do. Story 7. I lived alone, no visitors, no neighbors close enough to wander onto my property. But tonight, as I checked my security feed, my stomach lurched. The camera at my front door showed a man standing still just beyond the porch light's reach. The air smelled of damp wood and something faintly metallic. My breath caught. His face was blurry, distorted, but his silhouette, it looked familiar. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, unsure whether to zoom in or simply shut the laptop. The rational part of my brain suggested a glitch in the system, perhaps a trick of shadow and light, yet something about the stillness of the figure made my skin prickle. He stood motionless, head slightly tilted, as if listening for something. I glanced toward my front door, ensuring the deadbolt was secured. The wooden floor creaked beneath my feet as I moved away from my desk, drawn toward the window despite every instinct screaming against it. Pulling the curtain aside just enough to peek through, I saw nothing but darkness and the faint outline of trees swaying in the evening breeze. Returning to my laptop, I found the figure still present on the screen, unmoved. Something about his posture nagged at my memory. The width of the shoulders, the slight forward hunch, it stirred something uncomfortable within me. I took a screenshot and enhanced the image, the pixelation increasing with each magnification. The distortion only worsened, yet within the digital noise I could almost make out features. Almost, but not quite. I checked the other cameras, scanning the perimeter of my property. Nothing unusual appeared on any other feed, just the usual landscape of my isolated home, shadows dancing in the wind. When I returned to the front door feed, the figure had vanished. My heart raced as I rewound the footage, watching carefully. One moment he stood there, rigid and waiting, and the next nothing. No movement, no walking away. The figure simply disappeared between one frame and the next. Sleep evaded me that night. Every creak of the house settling made me jolt upright. Every shadow seemed to shift and breathe. When morning arrived, I felt hollowed out, drained by vigilance. I checked the footage again in daylight, half expecting it to be gone, erased like a fever dream. But there he was, the strange visitor frozen in digital amber. I decided to document everything. In a fresh notebook, I sketched what I could remember of the silhouette and wrote down each detail, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. The metallic smell that lingered in the air, the exact temperature of the room which had dropped noticeably, the strange static that had briefly interrupted my radio earlier that evening. The next night I steeled myself before checking the cameras. Nothing appeared unusual until midnight approached. Then the figure returned, standing in exactly the same spot. My hand trembled as I adjusted the camera angle remotely, trying to get a clearer view. As the lens moved, so did he, shifting just enough to remain partially obscured. This time I noticed something different. He held something in his right hand, something thin and rectangular. A notebook, perhaps, or a picture frame. I zoomed in as much as the camera allowed, but the object remained indecipherable, lost in the grain of low light and digital limitations. The smell returned, stronger now, metallic like copper pennies or blood mixing with the scent of wet earth. I hadn't opened any windows, hadn't gone outside, yet the smell permeated my space as if carried on invisible currents. I spoke aloud to the empty room. "Who are you?" My voice sounded foreign, too loud in the quiet house. On the screen, the figure remained unmoved. Then slowly his head tilted up toward the camera. Though his face remained blurred, I felt seen, known. My blood turned to ice as his free hand raised in what might have been a wave. I slammed the laptop closed, breathing heavily. My phone buzzed beside me, a notification from my security system. Motion detected at front door. Against better judgment, I picked up my phone. The live feed showed my porch, empty now, but a small white object lay on the welcome mat. I zoomed in, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline, a Polaroid photograph. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. I sat in my living room, lights blazing, waiting for dawn. When the first gray light filtered through the windows, I approached my front door with caution. The deadbolt slid open with a heavy thunk that seemed to echo through the house. The Polaroid lay exactly where the feed had shown it, face down, white backing staring up at me like a blank eye. I used a pen to flip it over, not wanting to touch it directly. My breath caught painfully in my throat. The photograph showed me asleep in my bed from the night before I had seen the stranger, before I had locked every door and window, before I had known to be afraid. In the lower corner, written in cramped, familiar handwriting, "Remember me yet." The writing was my own. I brought the photograph inside, placing it on my desk beneath the harsh scrutiny of my lamp. The image quality was poor, grainy, much like my security footage. I pulled out my phone and checked the camera roll, finding nothing unusual. None of my cameras were positioned to capture that angle of my bedroom. No one could have taken this picture without being in the room with me. That night I set up additional cameras inside my house. Every room, every angle, even one aimed directly at my bed. I placed voice recorders throughout the space and kept one beside me, narrating my thoughts and observations as they occurred. The weight of sleeplessness pressed behind my eyes, but fear proved stronger than exhaustion. The stranger appears familiar because he is familiar, I spoke into the recorder. Something about the silhouette, the posture, it's like looking at an old photograph of myself, but distorted, wrong somehow. As darkness fell, I positioned myself before my laptop, multiple camera feeds displayed across the screen. The front door, the back entrance, the hallway, my empty bedroom. I waited, muscles tight with anticipation. When the stranger appeared this time, he wasn't on the front porch. He stood in my hallway, back to the camera, head bowed as if studying something on the wall. My breath strangled in my throat. The impossible had happened. He was inside. I looked up from my screen to the actual hallway, visible from where I sat, empty. Yet on my screen, the figure remained, running a hand along the wall where my family photographs hung. I forced myself to stand, to walk toward the hallway despite every instinct shrieking in protest. The temperature dropped with each step I took. The metallic smell grew overwhelming, coating my tongue and the back of my throat. The hallway remained empty when I entered it. On my phone, I checked the live feed, and there he stood, now facing me, though I saw nothing with my naked eye. Just empty space and the faint vibration of the wall beneath my fingertips. "Who are you?" I whispered again. The figure on my screen raised something to its blurred face, the rectangular object from before. Now I could see it clearly. A voice recorder identical to my own. Static burst from my recorder, making me jump. Through the white noise, a voice emerged, distorted, distant, but unmistakably mine. "I am what comes after. I am what remains." The static cleared for one perfect moment, and the voice continued with crystal clarity. "When you forget yourself, I remember. When you sleep, I wake. When you live, I watch." The figure on the screen stepped forward, and for the first time the distortion cleared enough for me to see the face. My face, but wrong, older perhaps, or changed by something I couldn't comprehend. Eyes too dark, skin too pale, a version of myself viewed through warped glass. I backed away, my shoulder blades hitting the wall with a thud that seemed to ripple through the house. The lights flickered once, twice, and when they stabilized, my phone screen had gone black. The recorder in my hand fell silent. For days afterward, the stranger didn't return. I reviewed all footage obsessively, finding nothing but empty rooms and vacant doorways. The Polaroid remained on my desk, a constant reminder that what I'd seen was real. The handwriting analysis I performed confirmed what I already knew. Whoever had written those words shared my penmanship exactly. Sleep deprivation began to take its toll. I saw movement from the corner of my eye that vanished when I turned. Whispers emerged from the static between radio stations. My reflection in the bathroom mirror seemed delayed by half a second, as if struggling to keep pace with my movements. I started leaving messages for myself, notes taped to mirrors and doors. Remember what you saw, trust nothing, he is you. Each morning I found them moved or altered, words crossed out or rearranged. Remember what you will see, trust everything, you are him. The security system began to malfunction. Cameras went offline for minutes at a time. Footage disappeared or corrupted into unreadable streams of color and noise. Digital timestamps jumped forward or backward with no pattern I could discern. Then came the night when I awoke to find myself standing before the front door, hand on the deadbolt, with no memory of having left my bed. My security footage showed me walking down the hallway with open, unseeing eyes, my movements stiff and unnatural. But there was something else, a shadow that moved with me, not quite aligned with my body. A second silhouette that mirrored my actions with perfect precision. I began to understand then. The stranger wasn't trying to break in, he was trying to break out. Each night I fought the urge to walk in my sleep. I tied myself to the bed, only to wake with the ropes neatly coiled beside me. I swallowed sleeping pills, only to find myself more active in my unconscious state. What remained of my rational mind suggested seeking help, but who would believe me? What could I say that wouldn't sound like madness? The final night, the night everything changed, I set up a camera facing me directly as I lay in bed. I wanted evidence, proof, something tangible to confirm what I suspected was happening. The footage shows me rising at midnight, eyes open but vacant. I walk to the center of the room and stand motionless for several minutes. Then my lips begin to move, forming words in conversation with someone invisible. My expressions shift from confusion to recognition to fear. And then it happens. The distortion that had plagued my security footage begins to affect the camera watching me. The image wavers, pixelates, tears apart in digital agony. When it stabilizes, two figures stand where there had been one, identical in every way except for the eyes. Mine, wide and filled with terror, his, dark and knowing. We face each other, mirror images caught in an impossible moment. His hand reaches out. My hand meets it halfway. The footage ends there, corrupted beyond recovery. I remember none of this, only the aftermath, the smell of metal and earth stronger than ever before, the strange calm that settled over me like a shroud, the voice recorder beside my bed filled with a single message in my voice, yet not my voice. We remember now. My security cameras no longer show the stranger. The Polaroid on my desk has changed. It now shows two identical figures standing hand in hand, faces blurred beyond recognition. The handwriting on the back simply reads, "Found you." I live alone, no visitors, no neighbors, but I am never truly alone anymore. Sometimes, when I glance at reflective surfaces, my movements seem to come a moment before I intend them. Words appear in my journal that I don't remember writing. The smell of metal lingers constantly now, familiar and comforting. And when I check my security cameras at night, I watch myself standing at the edge of darkness, waiting. Story 8, the bookshelf had been in the same spot for years, filled with old novels and dust-covered trinkets. But tonight, as I pulled a book from the bottom shelf, I froze. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of cold stone. My breath hitched. Behind the books, where there should have been a wall, was an opening, a dark tunnel stretching into the unknown. I blinked hard, certain my mind was playing tricks. My fingers brushed against the edge of the opening, rough, jagged stone, cooled to the touch, not an illusion. The wall behind my bookshelf had somehow opened, revealing a passage that, by all accounts of physics and architecture, should not exist. The logical part of my brain offered explanations, a forgotten architectural feature, perhaps, or some renovation from previous owners that had been covered up. But deep down, I knew better. This house had been in my family for generations. I knew every inch of it, every creaking floorboard, every crack in the ceiling. This tunnel was new, or perhaps very, very old. A whisper of cold air brushed against my face from the darkness. I reached for my phone, turned on the flashlight, and directed it into the tunnel. The beam of light revealed rough-hewn stone walls that glistened with moisture. The passage narrowed as it extended beyond what my light could reach. Against my better judgment, I leaned in closer. Something caught my attention, a sound so faint I might have imagined it, like fingernails gently scraping against stone. I pulled back, heart pounding in my chest. That night I pushed the bookshelf against the opening, securing it with a chair. I told myself it was to keep whatever might be in there from getting out, but truthfully, it was to keep myself from going in. Sleep evaded me. My bedroom, normally a sanctuary, felt different. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence heavier. Each creak of the house settling made me think of stone passages shifting and expanding. When morning came, my exhaustion was matched only by my curiosity. With daylight streaming through the windows, I approached the bookshelf again. I removed the chair and cautiously pulled the furniture away from the wall. The opening remained dark and uninviting. This time, I grabbed a notebook and pen. If I was going to explore, I would document everything. The air inside the tunnel felt wrong, not just cool, but somehow thicker than normal air should be. It clung to my skin like static. My phone's flashlight seemed dimmer than it should be, the beam struggling to penetrate more than a few feet ahead. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed back, distorted and hollow, as if traveling much farther than the visible length of the passage. I took my first tentative steps inside. The floor sloped gently downward. 10 steps in, I turned back. My living room was still visible, a rectangle of warm light. It felt impossibly distant already. I wrote in my notebook, "Tunnel appears to distort perception of distance." 20 steps in, the stone beneath my feet changed texture. It became smoother, almost polished. The walls, too, transformed from rough-cut stone to something that resembled obsidian, black and reflective. I could see myself in fragments, distorted reflections stretching away in all directions. "What is this place?" I whispered. The tunnel seemed to swallow my words. I continued forward, counting steps. At step 37, I stopped. The tunnel forked. 2 identical passages stretched before me. I chose the right path, making note in my book. The new passage twisted and turned. I quickly lost my sense of direction. After what felt like an hour, though my watch insisted only minutes had passed, I decided to turn back. That's when I noticed the scratches on the wall, thin lines forming patterns that almost resembled writing. I traced them with my fingers. The stone felt warm now, pulsing gently under my touch. I took photos with my phone, but each image came out blurred. When I reviewed them later, one photo contained something I hadn't seen with my naked eye, a shadow in the far background, a silhouette that looked vaguely human. That night I dreamed of the tunnel. In my dream, I walked endlessly through its twisting passages. The walls breathed. The darkness ahead seemed to watch me. I woke up gasping, sheets damp with sweat. When I checked my phone for the time, I found dozens of new photos in my gallery, dark, blurry images of stone walls, photos I had no memory of taking. Over breakfast, I replayed the previous day in my mind. The rational explanation would be that my house had some hidden space I'd never discovered. But houses don't grow new rooms overnight, and stone doesn't breathe, and cameras don't take pictures by themselves. I decided to document more thoroughly. I set up a video camera on a tripod, pointing at the bookshelf and the opening behind it. I left it recording and went to work. When I returned, the camera's battery was drained, despite being fully charged that morning. The footage showed the bookshelf, the opening, nothing unusual until the last frame. The image distorted, pixelated, and for a split second I could see something emerging from the tunnel. A hand, pale and thin, reaching toward the camera. My heart racing, I approached the bookshelf again. The opening was still there, but something had changed. The tunnel seemed wider. The air emanating from it carried a new scent, something sweet and metallic, like copper. I gathered supplies, a stronger flashlight, chalk to mark my path, a measuring tape, and a voice recorder. I needed answers. This time I ventured deeper. The tunnel expanded and contracted as I moved through it, the walls sometimes so close they brushed against my shoulders, other times so distant they disappeared into darkness. The floor sloped downward at impossible angles that somehow felt level as I walked. I marked the walls with chalk, leaving arrows pointing back toward my home. The first arrow disappeared within minutes, the chalk mark slowly absorbed into the stone until no trace remained. The walls are consuming my markers, I spoke into the recorder. My voice played back distorted, with a second voice whispering underneath my own, words I couldn't make out. The measuring tape told its own impossible story. 20 feet into the tunnel, I measured the distance back to the entrance. The tape showed 50 feet. At what should have been the first fork in the path, I found a chamber instead. Circular, with a ceiling so high my light couldn't reach it. The floor was covered in shallow pools of water that rippled without any breeze. I knelt beside one pool, peering into its depths. My reflection stared back, but something was wrong. It moved differently, a fraction of a second behind my actions. And behind my reflection, another face began to form, gaunt, with hollow eyes that blinked when mine didn't. I stumbled backward, dropping my flashlight. It rolled into one of the pools and sank beyond what should have been possible in such shallow water. Darkness enveloped me. In the pitch black, sounds became sharper, water dripping, stone shifting, and footsteps light, careful, approaching from all directions at once. I fumbled for my phone, turned on its flashlight. The beam caught movement at the edge of the chamber, a figure thin and bent, ducking out of sight. I called out, my voice breaking. No response came, just the echo of my own fear bouncing back at me. Finding my nerve, I followed in the direction of the movement. The tunnel narrowed again, twisting sharply downward. The air grew colder, my breath visible in front of me. My phone battery drained rapidly, the light dimming with each step. Just as the light threatened to die completely, I entered another chamber, smaller than the first. The walls here were covered in the same scratched patterns I'd seen before, but more elaborate, more intentional. And in the center of the room stood a pedestal of black stone, atop which sat a single book. The book was bound in what looked like leather, but felt wrong under my fingertips, too warm, too yielding. Its pages were thin as tissue, but strong as metal. They contained more of the scratched writing, but here, somehow, I could almost understand it. Almost without realizing, I began to read aloud. The words felt familiar in my mouth, though I'd never spoken them before. With each sentence, the chamber grew warmer. The scratches on the walls began to glow with a pale blue light. I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly. Nothing was there, but when I turned back to the book, I saw a new page had appeared. On it was a crude drawing of my house, my bookshelf, and a figure that could only be me. Beside it, another figure, tall and thin, with too many joints in its limbs. Panic finally overwhelmed curiosity. I slammed the book shut and ran. The tunnel twisted and changed as I fled, pathways appearing and disappearing. I no longer knew if I was headed toward home or deeper into the labyrinth. My phone died. In complete darkness, I ran blindly, hands outstretched, scraping against stone. My lungs burned. Something brushed against my back fingers, long and cold. I crashed into a wall that shouldn't have been there. Pain exploded in my forehead. I fell to my knees, disoriented, blood warm on my face. When I reached out, my hand found empty space where the wall had been. The tunnel was changing around me. Crawling now, I followed what felt like a draft of fresh air. The stone beneath my hands gradually changed texture, becoming the familiar hardwood of my living room floor. Somehow, I had found my way back. I pulled myself through the opening behind the bookshelf, collapsing on my living room rug. With the last of my strength, I shoved the bookshelf against the wall again. That was a week ago. I've moved the bookshelf, the couch, and a heavy desk in front of that section of wall, but it doesn't matter. The scratching sounds come at night now from inside the walls all around the house. The black stone is spreading, small patches appearing in my bathroom tile, my kitchen counter, my bedroom ceiling. My reflection moves a second too slowly. The water from my taps sometimes runs black before clearing. And my notebook, the one I used to document the tunnel, has new entries appearing every morning, written in my handwriting but not by my hand. The last entry simply reads, "I'm coming through, we're all coming through." The tunnel isn't behind my bookshelf anymore, it's everywhere, and I think I brought something back with me, or perhaps I never left at all. Story 9, the snowfall had been untouched all night, a perfect white blanket covering the yard, but this morning as I stepped outside, my stomach clenched. Footsteps deep, deliberate led from the woods to my front door. The air smelled crisp, clean, but beneath it was something else, something sharp, almost metallic. My breath came in short bursts. There were no footsteps leading away. I followed the tracks backward with my eyes, watching them disappear into the tree line. The forest stood silent, branches heavy with snow, a wall of darkness beyond the first few trunks. I walked along the path of footprints, careful not to disturb them. Each impression was perfect, too perfect. The edges were crisp, unnaturally defined, as if stamped rather than stepped. Back at my door, I examined the threshold. No snow had been tracked inside, no wet patches, no evidence anyone had actually entered. Yet the footprints ended precisely at my welcome mat, as if whatever had made them had simply evaporated. I took photos with my phone, documenting each footprint. Something about their spacing felt wrong. The stride was too long, the pattern too rhythmic. Humans don't walk with such mechanical precision. I knelt down and placed my hand near one impression. The cold emanating from it felt different, deeper, more biting than the surrounding snow. That night I couldn't sleep. The wind picked up, scraping branches against my bedroom window. Each scratch became a fingernail-seeking entry. I pulled the covers tighter, but the chill that ran through me had nothing to do with the winter air. A soft thud from downstairs broke the silence. I froze, listening. Another thud, followed by a subtle scraping sound. My throat tightened. I reached for my phone, turning on the recording app before slipping out of bed. The wooden stairs creaked beneath my weight as I descended. The living room was bathed in the blue glow of moonlight reflecting off snow. Everything looked normal, yet felt wrong. The furniture cast shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The front door remained locked, chain still in place. I played back the recording, hearing only my own breathing and the house settling. But when I turned up the volume and listened closely, beneath the white noise was something else, a faint rhythm, like footsteps in snow. I slept with the lights on that night, my dreams filled with endless white landscapes and dark figures, always just at the edge of vision. The next morning, the footprints remained, preserved in the frozen air, but something had changed. They looked deeper, as if pressed further into the snow by an increasing weight. I took more photos, comparing them to yesterday's. The difference was subtle but undeniable. I called a friend, asking them to come over. I needed someone else to see this, to confirm I wasn't imagining things. They arrived, trampling through the fresh snow, creating new tracks that looked nothing like the mysterious ones. "These are weird," they said, studying the footprints, "but probably just someone walking by." Walking by and stopping exactly at my door and never leaving. My voice sounded higher than usual, strained. They shrugged, uncomfortable with my intensity. Maybe they turned around and stepped in their own prints going back. "That's impossible," I insisted. "Look at how perfect each one is." My friend didn't stay long after that. That night I set up a camera facing the door. If anything approached, I would have evidence. The rational part of my brain knew this was becoming an obsession, but I couldn't stop. The footprints had become a puzzle I needed to solve. Sleep came reluctantly in fits and starts. Each time I drifted off, I was yanked back to consciousness by what sounded like snow crunching under weight. My recording app captured nothing but static. The morning brought a new development. The camera showed no movement, no visitors, but the footprints had changed again. Now they led not just to my door, but continued around the side of the house, to my bedroom window. I followed them, heart pounding. They circled the entire house, passing each window, each potential entry point. Always the same depth, the same perfect spacing, always returning to the front door. I began to document everything in a notebook. The measurements of each print, the exact distance between them, the depth. I drew diagrams, took more photos. The walls of my living room slowly disappeared behind printouts and sketches. My phone rang. It was my friend checking in. Their voice sounded distant, distorted. "Are you still obsessing over those footprints?" they asked. "They're changing," I whispered. "Every day they're different. It's just the snow melting and refreezing." "No," I insisted. "Something is coming to my house every night. Something is watching me." The line went quiet for a moment. "I think you need to talk to someone, a professional." I hung up. They didn't understand. No one would understand unless they saw it happening. That night I didn't set up the camera. Instead, I sat by the window watching. The moon cast blue shadows across the snow. The forest beyond seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in the darkness. A movement caught my eye. At the edge of the tree line, a darker patch of shadow. I pressed my face against the cold glass. The shadow moved again, separating from the trees. It stood perfectly still, facing my house. My breath fogged the window. When I wiped it clear, the shadow was gone, but something else had appeared. A single footprint in the previously unmarked snow, the first of a new trail. I watched, unable to move, as invisible feet pressed into the snow, one after another, making their way toward my house. The perfect, rhythmic pattern I'd come to know so well. They stopped at my door. A soft knock echoed through the house, 3 perfect raps evenly spaced. I didn't answer, couldn't answer. My body refused to move. Another knock, louder this time. I closed my eyes, covered my ears. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. The knocking stopped, silence stretched, broken only by my ragged breathing. Then my phone buzzed, a text message from an unknown number, "Let me in." My hands shook as I typed back, "Who are you?" The reply came instantly, "You know who I am." I didn't respond. The phone buzzed again. "I've been watching you. Every night, let me in." I turned off the phone, threw it across the room. It hit the wall and clattered to the floor. The screen lit up again. Another message. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the corner of my bedroom, as far from the windows and doors as possible. The heating system hummed, then made an unfamiliar clicking sound. The house creaked and settled around me. Morning came, gray and overcast. New snow had fallen, covering the old footprints. I exhaled, relief flooding through me. Perhaps it was over. I made coffee, almost laughing at my paranoia from the night before. The warmth of the mug in my hands felt grounding, real. Then I noticed something on the kitchen counter. My notebook, the one where I documented the footprints, was open. The pages were filled with writing that wasn't mine. The same sentence, repeated over and over in increasingly frantic script. So let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. The mug slipped from my hands, shattering on the floor. Coffee splashed my bare feet, but I barely felt it. I ran to the front door. It was still locked, chains still in place. But when I looked out the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness. Not the porch, not the yard, not the snow-covered landscape, just pure, endless black. Something shifted in that darkness. A face pressed against the peephole from the outside, eye meeting mine. I stumbled backward, falling to the floor. A scream built in my throat, but never escaped. The knocking started again, not just at the front door now, but all around the house. Every window, every wall, perfect, rhythmic tapping. I crawled to the center of the living room, surrounded by my notes and pictures. The knocking grew louder, more insistent. The walls seemed to bend inward with each impact. The power went out. In the sudden silence, I heard something new. A sound under the floorboards, the same rhythmic pattern now beneath me. My phone lit up across the room. I crawled toward it, drawn by its glow. One new message. I'm already inside. I looked up at my walls, at the obsessive documentation I'd created. Footprint patterns, measurements, theories. In the dim light, they formed a new image. A face, my face, distorted and wrong. The knocking stopped. The house fell silent. When they found me days later, I was still sitting in that room, surrounded by blank papers. No photos, no notes, no evidence of footprints, just empty pages and my own footprints in the dust. I tried to explain about the tracks in the snow, the knocking, the messages. They nodded patiently, exchanged glances. There were no footprints except yours, they said gently. The snow was undisturbed. I live somewhere else now, somewhere without snow, without forests, somewhere bright and warm and safe. But every night I still hear that knocking, rhythmic, perfect. And sometimes when I look down at my feet, I see snow between my toes, melting into nothing. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in the mirror, I see someone else looking back just for a moment. Someone with eyes as dark and empty as the space behind my old front door. Someone who still wants to come in. Story 10. The night was silent, wrapped in a thin fog that seemed to dance in the air like a transparent veil. I sat in my favorite armchair, the burgundy velvet one near the large antique mirror, reading a book in the soft light of a vintage lamp. The pendulum clocks ticking marked time with a hypnotic rhythm, while the warmth from the fireplace enveloped me in a comfortable embrace. It was in that moment of perfect tranquility that I noticed something strange. At first, it was just a fleeting sensation, like when you perceive movement in your peripheral vision. I raised my eyes from the book and observed my reflection in the antique mirror. The golden frame, with its intricate floral patterns, gleamed faintly in the flickering firelight. As I watched my reflected image, a subtle shiver ran down my spine. Something was different, something imperceptibly wrong. I tilted my head slightly, and my reflection followed the movement with an almost imperceptible delay, as if it were trying to imitate me instead of naturally reflecting my movements. I tried to convince myself it was just fatigue, or perhaps the unstable firelight playing with shadows. Yet the more I observed, the more I realized there was something deeply unsettling about that reflection. When I raised my right hand, the reflection hesitated for a fraction of a second before raising its own. When I smiled, the reflection's lips curved with a barely perceptible delay. The sound of wood crackling in the fireplace now seemed more menacing, as if trying to communicate something. The air in the room had become thicker, charged with a subtle tension that made me breathe more slowly. The scent of candle wax mingled with an ancient smell, like forgotten books and faded memories. I rose from the armchair, moving with deliberate slowness. The reflection mimicked me, but its movements were unnaturally fluid, as if dancing a rehearsed choreography instead of following my spontaneous gestures. The reflected eyes seemed deeper than mine, as if hiding secrets I shouldn't know. Approaching the mirror, I noticed other disturbing details. The reflected room appeared slightly different from mine. The books on the shelves were arranged in a different order, and there were objects I didn't remember owning. An old framed photograph, which in my room showed a seascape, in the reflection portrayed a blurred face that seemed to be watching me. The clock's pendulum continued its relentless rhythm, but in the reflection its movement seemed slower, as if time itself flowed differently on the other side of the mirror. The shadows cast by the fireplace danced on the walls with a life of their own, creating shapes that suggested silent presences. I tried to touch the cold surface of the mirror, and my reflection reached toward me with an almost inviting movement. Our fingers met on the frigid glass surface, but while I felt the cold of the crystal, my reflection's expression suggested a completely different sensation. I stepped away from the mirror, but the reflection remained still for a moment, as if deciding whether to follow me or not. When it finally moved, its movements were even more independent from mine, as if gradually acquiring its own will. I decided to cover the mirror with an old velvet cloth I found in a drawer. As I did so, I thought I saw an enigmatic smile on my reflection's face, an expression that surely wasn't present on my own. The fabric slid over the reflective surface, hiding that unsettling version of myself. Since that night, I haven't uncovered the mirror. Sometimes in the quietest hours, I seem to hear movements coming from behind the velvet, as if someone were walking in a room identical to mine. And in the most peaceful moments, when the house is immersed in the deepest silence, I wonder if that reflection is still there, waiting, leading a parallel life to mine in a world of glass and silver. The truth is, I don't know if what I saw that night was real or a product of my imagination. But since then, every time I pass in front of a mirror, I can't help but wonder if the reflection I see is really mine, or if it's something else that has learned to imitate me so well that it makes me doubt which is the reflection and which is reality. Story 11. Snow was falling silently that evening in my small antique shop. The flakes danced behind the windows, illuminated by the warm light of vintage lamps, creating a soft and welcoming atmosphere. The dark wood of the shelves creaked gently, accompanying the slow rhythm of the pendulum clock's hands. The air was fragrant with old books and beeswax, that particular scent that only objects with a long history can emanate. I was arranging some volumes when the doorbell chimed with a crystalline sound. A gust of cold air slipped into the shop, bringing with it a few snowflakes that melted immediately on the wooden floor. I turned to greet the customer, but remained momentarily puzzled. On the threshold stood a tall figure, wrapped in a dark coat that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. A wide-brimmed hat covered the upper part of their face, while the lower part was hidden by a gray wool scarf. "Good evening," I murmured, trying to maintain a professional tone despite a subtle uneasiness creeping up my spine. The customer didn't respond, but moved gracefully between the shelves, their gloved hands delicately brushing against the displayed objects. There was something hypnotic about their movements, as if they were dancing to a rhythm only they could hear. I found myself observing their every gesture, noticing how the light seemed to behave strangely around them. The shadows appeared deeper, denser, as if they possessed their own consistency. The customer stopped in front of an antique mirror, a piece from the 18th century that I had acquired just the week before. Their gloved fingers caressed the golden frame with slow and precise movements. The silence in the shop became heavier, interrupted only by the ticking of the clock that seemed to slow with each second. I tried to glimpse their reflection in the mirror, but noticed with growing discomfort that the reflective surface showed only the shelf behind them, as if they weren't present. I approached cautiously, feeling the floor creak under my steps. "Can I help you find something in particular?" I asked, my voice lower than usual. The customer turned slowly toward me, and under the hat I could only see shadows where there should have been a face. With a fluid gesture, they pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from their coat pocket. They carefully unfolded it on the counter next to the cash register. It was a list written in elegant, antiquated handwriting. It listed strange objects: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. As I read the list, I noticed that the temperature in the shop seemed to have dropped. My breath formed small clouds of vapor in the air. The objects on the shelves seemed to vibrate imperceptibly, as if they recognized something in the customer's presence. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but I don't believe I have these particular objects." The customer remained motionless for a long moment, then nodded slowly. They collected the paper and placed it back in their coat with the same grace with which they had extracted it. They headed toward the door, but before leaving they stopped. They turned slightly, and from the scarf emerged a sound more like a thought than a voice. "You will." It wasn't a question, but a certainty. The bell rang again when they left, but the sound this time was different, deeper, as if it resonated from far away. The snow continued to fall outside, but for a moment it seemed that the flakes stopped in midair, suspended in time. That night, after closing the shop, I checked the antique mirror. The reflective surface seemed deeper, as if hiding something in its silvery depths. And the pendulum clock, the one that had marked the hours for so long, had stopped exactly at the moment when the customer had entered. Since then, every evening when the shadows lengthen and the light becomes dimmer, I find myself watching the door, waiting for the sound of the bell. And every object in the shop seems to do the same, as if we all knew that sooner or later that customer would return. Because after all, in an antique shop, every object has a story to tell, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects are still waiting to begin theirs. Story 12. The rustling of paper as it slipped through my fingers echoed in the silence of the attic. The light of the setting sun filtered through a small, dusty window, casting golden beams that danced in the still air. I was sorting through old family documents when I found it, a yellowed envelope sealed with faded red wax. My name was written in elegant handwriting on the rough surface, but I didn't recognize the script. I sat down on an old wooden chair that creaked under my weight. The scent of aged books and weathered wood filled the air as a light breeze rustled the leaves of the large tree outside the window. The envelope felt heavy in my hands, as if it held more than just words on paper. Gently I began to break the seal. The sound of the wax cracking echoed in the quiet room. Inside I found several pages, thin as veils, covered in the same elegant handwriting. The date at the top marked a day 50 years earlier, long before I was born. The opening words immediately captured my attention, my dear future grandchild. As I read, the light in the room gradually dimmed, but I didn't rise to turn on the lamp. The words on the paper seemed to glow with their own light. The letter told the story of a woman, my grandmother, whom I had never met. She spoke of a particular gift that ran in our family, one that manifested rarely and only under certain conditions. She described how on certain nights when the moon was full and the wind blew from the north, some members of our family could see beyond the veil of time. Not clearly or distinctly, but through sensations and blurry images, like reflections in rippling water. My grandmother wrote about how she had foreseen my existence, how she had seen me sitting in that very attic, reading the same letter. A shiver ran down my spine as I continued reading. Her writing became more personal, more intimate. She recounted how she had tried to use this gift to protect the family, to guide them through difficult moments. But every vision came at a price, she explained. Each glimpse beyond the veil of time consumed a bit of her life force. In the silence of the attic, time seemed to stand still. Shadows lengthened on the walls, dancing with the memories held in those yellowed pages. The letter went on to describe events that would happen in my life, some of which I recognized as already having occurred. Others were yet to unfold. As I read further, I noticed that the handwriting subtly changed, becoming more uncertain, as if each word required greater effort. The final page was the hardest to decipher. My grandmother wrote about an important choice I would have to face, a moment when the gift would manifest in me as well. I paused for a moment, lifting my gaze to the window. The sky was now dark, and the full moon was beginning to peek through the clouds. A gust of wind rattled the glass, carrying with it the scent of impending rain. I returned to the last page, where her final words shone as if freshly written. "When you hear the call," the letter concluded, "you will know what to do. The gift is not a curse, but a responsibility. Just as I have done for you, you must also write a letter. A letter you will never send, but that will still find its way to the intended recipient when the time is right." I carefully folded the pages and placed them back in the envelope. The wind now blew stronger, causing the floorboards to creak. I rose from the chair and approached the window. My reflection on the glass seemed to overlap with the image of the moon, creating an optical illusion that made me hesitate. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw another figure reflected, that of an elderly woman smiling gently. When I blinked, she was gone, but on the desk by the window, where there had been nothing before, lay a blank sheet of paper and a pen. I sat down again, this time at the desk. The moon bathed the room in silvery light as the wind continued to blow from the north. I picked up the pen and began to write, "My dear future grandchild." Story 13. The rain fell incessantly, creating a hypnotic rhythm that accompanied my drive home. Each drop seemed to dance on the surfaces, reflecting the amber glow of the streetlights that stretched across the glistening road like delicate brushstrokes on a dark canvas. The air was cool and damp, carrying the distinct scent of wet earth through the narrow cracks of the slightly open window. I crossed the empty parking lot, a place usually nondescript, but that evening seemed charged with a strange energy. Mist rose from the ground, wrapping the parked cars in a soft and silent embrace. I paused for a moment before getting into my car, watching the flickering reflections of the streetlights on the puddles. At that moment, I felt a presence not threatening, but undeniably unusual. A vague figure stood a few meters away from me, barely visible through the veil of mist. I couldn't make out its features, but there was something in its stillness that held my attention. I stood motionless, my breath slightly held as the figure seemed to gradually dissolve, blending into the surrounding humidity until it became one with the night. There was no fear in me, only a surreal sense of calm, as if I were witnessing something that required no explanation. Back in my car, I started the engine and drove home slowly. The feeling of having experienced something extraordinary lingered, a presence beyond understanding yet somehow familiar. The rain continued to fall, its sound enveloping me like an infinite melody. In the days that followed, every time it rained, I found myself searching for figures in the night. Not out of fear, but in the hope of reliving that sense of wonder, that calm that seemed to come from another time, another place. Even my home, usually a refuge of familiarity, now seemed subtly shrouded in mystery. Every creak of the wood, every faint draft that made the curtains flutter, seemed to whisper a hidden story. One evening, as rain pattered against the windows, I decided to leave a lamp on in the living room. The flickering light cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating a play of shapes that moved to the rhythm of the wind. Sitting in my armchair, a warm cup of tea in hand, I watched those movements with a relaxed curiosity. I felt as if I were waiting for something, though I couldn't say what. That's when I noticed a detail I had never seen before. An old mirror on the wall reflected a strange light as if it came from an invisible source. I moved closer, intrigued, and stared at my reflection. But it wasn't just my face looking back at me. Behind me, barely perceptible, a figure seemed to emerge from the shadows, indistinct like the one I had seen in the parking lot. I didn't feel fear, only a calm resignation, as if that presence had always been there, waiting for me to notice it. I turned slowly, but there was nothing, only the sound of the rain and the faint creak of the wood. I returned to my seat, trying to rationalize what had happened. Perhaps it was just a trick of the light, a reflection created by the rain and the dancing shadows. But deep down, I knew there was more. Not frightening, not threatening, but profound and elusive. Even now, when the rain falls heavily and the evening silence envelops everything, I find myself searching for signs of that presence. I slow down when I pass by empty parking lots, watching the spaces between the streetlights where the darkness seems to breathe. I haven't seen that figure again with certainty, but sometimes when the conditions are perfect and the silence is deep enough, I feel like I can sense something. It isn't fear, but a strange form of comfort, as if that presence were a forgotten part of myself or a memory that refuses to let go. And so, as the rain continues to fall and the world dissolves into an embrace of sound and shadow, I let myself be carried by that feeling, knowing that some mysteries don't need to be solved, only experienced. Story 14. I woke to the sound of a pendulum ticking rhythmically in the darkness. The steady ticking echoed through the silence like a mechanical heartbeat marking the passage of time in this unfamiliar place. My eyelids slowly opened, revealing a room shrouded in the twilight's dim glow. I recognized none of what surrounded me. I was lying on an old burgundy velvet couch, soft yet worn with age. The air carried a distinct scent, a blend of aged wood and dried flowers, with a subtle note of something I couldn't identify. Light filtered faintly through heavy brocade curtains, casting dancing patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I began to take in the room's details. Antique dark wood furniture stood like silent sentinels in the corners. A massive bookshelf occupied an entire wall, its shelves filled with leather-bound volumes that seemed untouched for decades. On the small table beside the couch, a fine porcelain teacup held what looked like tea, still steaming. I rose slowly, feeling every muscle protest as though I had been asleep for days. My footsteps made a muffled sound on the Persian rug as I approached the window. The curtains, which I carefully drew aside, revealed a misty garden where indistinct shapes of trees and bushes swayed gently in the evening breeze. The reflection in the glass showed something unsettling. I was wearing clothes that were not mine. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers, all perfectly tailored, yet of an old-fashioned style. My hands trembled slightly as I touched the fabric, feeling its quality under my fingers. A movement caught in the corner of my eye drew my attention. I turned toward the room's interior, but everything was still. Only the pendulum kept its relentless motion, as if it were counting the seconds of time that seemed to flow differently in this place. I decided to explore beyond the room. The door opened with a faint creak, revealing a long, dimly lit hallway. Portraits of strangers adorned the walls, their eyes seeming to follow me as I cautiously advanced. The wooden floor creaked beneath my steps, every sound amplified by the surrounding silence. I came to a staircase leading to the upper floor. As I climbed, I noticed the temperature gradually dropping. The banister under my hand was cold to the touch, but oddly familiar. Upstairs, a series of closed doors lined the hallway. Each bore a brass nameplate with inscriptions I couldn't fully decipher in the dim light. It was then I heard a melody. Piano notes, so faint they might have been my imagination, floated through the air like a gentle breeze. The music seemed to come from the last room at the end of the hallway, but as I approached, the notes grew fainter, almost ethereal. I slowly opened the final door. The room was empty except for a grand piano draped in a white sheet. No one sat on the stool, yet the air still vibrated with the echo of that mysterious melody. I approached the piano and carefully lifted the sheet. Dust danced in the sunset light streaming through the window, creating an almost otherworldly effect. On the ivory keys, I found an old, yellowed photograph. I picked it up with care and examined it in the dying light of the day. The image showed this very room, but in a different era. Seated at the piano was a figure that made me start. It was me, wearing the same clothes I had on now, though the photograph had to be at least a century old. I returned downstairs, feeling strangely calm despite the surreal situation. The pendulum continued its hypnotic rhythm, but now it seemed to beat in sync with my heart. I sat back down on the couch, noticing that the teacup was still warm to the touch. As I stared into the amber liquid in the cup, I realized that perhaps I had never truly woken up. Or maybe I had awakened into a dream someone else had dreamed long ago. The pendulum continued to tick, counting the seconds of a time that perhaps had never existed in a house that seemed to know me better than I knew myself. I took a sip of the tea, savoring its familiar taste. Outside, the fog had completely enveloped the garden, erasing every boundary between reality and dream. And somehow I knew I would stay here, in this unfamiliar house that seemed to have been waiting for me all along. Story 15. The autumn nights have always had something magical in our residential neighborhood. The cool air carries the scent of fallen leaves and the muffled sound of footsteps on the wet street. For a few weeks now, though, I've noticed something unusual during my evening walks home from work. The streetlight at the corner of Maple Street and Rose Avenue has started behaving strangely. It's not like the other streetlights that constantly illuminate the sidewalk with their yellowish light. This one is different. When I approach, its light begins to gradually dim, as if it wants to hide something from my view. The first time it happened, I thought it was just a malfunction, an old streetlight that needed maintenance, nothing more. But then I started paying more attention. The light would dim only when I approached it. I watched as other people passed under it. No variation, no change in its intensity. One evening I decided to conduct an experiment. I stopped about 60 feet away, leaning against the wall of the old Art Deco building on the corner. The streetlight's beam was strong and steady, creating long shadows on the sidewalk and making the dewdrops glisten on the grass in the small public garden. I took a step forward. No change, another step. The light flickered slightly. As I got closer, the brightness progressively decreased, as if the streetlight was holding its breath. At 15 feet away, the light was now reduced to a faint glow, barely enough to make out the outlines of things. I stopped under the streetlight in the circle of twilight it had created. The night's silence seemed deeper at that spot, as if even the city sounds were retreating along with the light. I looked up at the streetlight's glass. In the remaining dim light, I noticed something strange on its surface. Small marks, like scratches or engravings, formed a pattern I couldn't clearly distinguish. I took out my phone to illuminate it better, but the moment I turned on the flashlight, a gust of wind rustled the tree leaves, and I had the distinct feeling that something had moved inside the streetlight's glass. In the following days, I modified my route to always pass under that streetlight. Each time the same dance would repeat, the light dimming as I approached, the silence that seemed to thicken, that feeling of being watched from above. I started noticing other details. When the light was at its dimmest, I could see subtle variations in its color, as if it was communicating something through imperceptible changes in tone. On a full moon night, while I was in the usual twilight circle under the streetlight, I heard a very particular sound. It was like a slight metallic hum, but with an almost melodic cadence. The sound seemed to come from inside the pole, rising to the top like a musical vibration. I placed my hand on the cold metal and felt the vibrations through my palm. For a moment, it seemed like the streetlight was trying to tell me something. I started documenting each visit with detailed notes. I noticed that the intensity of the dimming varied with the lunar phases. During the new moon, the light would almost completely go out when I passed, while on full moon nights it maintained a more consistent glow. I also discovered that the time it took to return to its normal brightness after I passed followed a precise pattern, always 23 seconds, no more, no less. What made me think the most was noticing how the streetlight's behavior began to influence my habits. I found myself slowing down as I approached, as if participating in a silent ritual. Sometimes I stopped beneath it for a few minutes, motionless in the circle of dimmed light, listening to that almost imperceptible hum that seems to tell stories from other times. I never tried to find out if there was a technical explanation for this phenomenon. In the end, maybe I don't want to know. I prefer to think that in this corner of the city, there exists a small mystery that has chosen to share its presence only with me. Every evening as I return home, I know the streetlight is waiting for me, ready to create that space of twilight that has become our silent meeting moment. And so, night after night, I continue this strange dance with the streetlight that dims at my passing. I don't know if it's an electrical phenomenon, an inexplicable anomaly, or something deeper. I only know that in that brief moment of darkness, when the light dims and the world around seems to take a step back, I feel I'm part of something bigger, a mystery that reveals itself only through the language of shadows and light. Story 16. The November rain gently drummed against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, creating a natural melody that had always given me a sense of peace. I had returned there after years to sort through her things, now that she was gone. The smell of old wood and yellowed books permeated the air, while the dim twilight light filtered through the half-closed shutters, painting dancing shadows on the vintage wallpapered walls. In a corner of the room, covered by a thin layer of dust, I found the old brass record player that Grandma always kept polished like a mirror. It was one of those objects from another time, with its mechanical arm decorated with delicate floral motifs and the turntable still perfectly preserved. Next to it, a collection of vinyl records neatly arranged in cardboard sleeves worn by time. As I browsed through the records, my fingers stopped on one in particular. The cover was completely white, with no title or author, just a thin golden border that sparkled in the dim light. I didn't remember ever seeing it before, yet I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Driven by an irresistible curiosity, I decided to listen to it. The record player came to life with a slight, familiar, and comforting hum. I gently placed the record on the turntable and lowered the arm. For a moment, there was only the characteristic vinyl crackle, then the music began. It was a melody I had never heard before, a waltz played on the piano, but there was something strange about the way the notes followed one another. The music seemed to change subtly with each turn of the record, as if the notes were reorganizing themselves into new combinations. I closed my eyes, letting myself be carried away by that strange composition. I seemed to perceive the scent of jasmine, Grandma Rose's favorite flower, even though it was impossible given that it was midwinter. When I reopened my eyes, I noticed that the shadows in the room moved differently, no longer following the natural course of the twilight light, but dancing to the rhythm of that mysterious melody. On the wall in front of me, I distinctly saw the shadow of a figure dancing, even though I was alone in the room. The waltz continued to play, but now I could distinguish, hidden among the piano notes, the soft sound of a laugh I knew well. It was Grandma Rose's laugh, crystal clear as I had always remembered it. A shiver ran down my spine, not of fear, but of a strange nostalgia mixed with wonder. I got up from the armchair and approached the window. The reflection in the glass showed the room behind me, but for a moment I thought I saw Grandma Rose, young and beautiful in her favorite dance dress, twirling in the center of the attic. When I turned around, naturally, there was no one there. The record continued to play until the end, and when the last note faded into silence, the room seemed different. Warmer, more alive, as if that brief musical moment had awakened dormant memories in the very walls of the house. That evening, as I put the mysterious record back in its white sleeve, I noticed something I had missed before. On the inner edge, written in Grandma Rose's elegant handwriting, was a date, her wedding day. Below, in almost invisible letters, a phrase, "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since then, every time I return to the attic, I look for that particular record. Sometimes I find it right away, other times it seems to hide among the other vinyls. And every time I listen to it, the melody is slightly different, as if it contained endless variations of the same memory. I've never understood whether it was a special gift for Grandma Rose or something more mysterious. But one thing is certain, on those rainy evenings when the record player plays that strange melody, the attic fills with a subtle magic, and for a few moments the boundary between present and past, between reality and memory, becomes as thin as the paper of an old photograph. And perhaps in those moments Grandma Rose still dances, eternally young, eternally happy, in an endless waltz. Story 17. The autumn fog enveloped the park like a soft veil of gray silk, while leaves danced lazily in the damp evening air. I walked along the gravel path, savoring the scent of wet earth and listening to the discreet crunch of my footsteps. The street lamps created diffused halos in the mist, barely illuminating the path ahead of me. That's when I noticed it, a dark coat, perfectly folded on a wooden bench weathered by time. There was no one else in the park at that hour, and the garment seemed to have been arranged with extreme care, as if someone had deliberately placed it in that precise way. I approached slowly, observing how the wool fabric absorbed the droplets of moisture in the air. It was an elegant coat, finely made, with mother-of-pearl buttons that glimmered weakly in the evening light. The fabric was still warm to the touch, as if its owner had just removed it. This detail made me shudder slightly, not from fear, but rather from curiosity. I searched the pockets, hoping to find some clue about the owner's identity, but they were empty, except for a single bus ticket dated 1985. Time seemed to move more slowly as I examined this relic from another era. The ticket paper was yellowed but perfectly preserved, as if it had been protected from the passing years. I sat on the bench next to the coat, letting my thoughts wander while the fog continued to thicken around me. I noticed the coat emitted a faint scent of lavender and pipe tobacco, an essence that evoked memories of times past, of old black and white photographs. As I observed it more carefully, I discovered a small detail sewn inside, the initials JM embroidered with golden thread, almost completely faded. The park's silence was interrupted by the distant sound of a melody. It was old music, perhaps coming from a gramophone, floating in the air like a blurred memory. I stood up from the bench, trying to locate its source, but it seemed to come from all directions and none in particular. When I looked back at the coat, I noticed its position had slightly changed, as if someone had moved it while I was distracted by the music. The fold wasn't as perfect anymore, and one of the buttons reflected the light differently, yet I was certain I was alone in the park. Time continued to flow with a strange slowness, while the fog wrapped everything in an increasingly tight embrace. The streetlights created shadows that danced gently on the fallen leaves, and the sound of music continued to fluctuate in the air, growing fainter. I found myself imagining who JM might be and why they had left their coat on that bench. Perhaps they were a university professor who loved walking in the park after lectures, or a musician who stopped here to find inspiration, or maybe someone who needed to let go of a piece of their past. While immersed in these reflections, I felt a light touch on my shoulder, like a caress from the wind. I turned, but there was only fog continuing to dance around me. The coat now looked older, as if time had accelerated only for it, slightly wearing the fabric and fading the color even more. I decided to leave the coat where it was, respecting the mystery of its presence. As I walked away, the music suddenly became clearer for a moment, and I could distinguish the notes of a waltz I had never heard before, but which seemed strangely familiar. The next morning I returned to the park, driven by curiosity to know if the coat was still there. The bench was empty, but on the dew damp would remain the perfect imprint of where it had been placed, and next to it, a new bus ticket, this time dated the current day. Even today, when I pass by that bench on foggy evenings, I seem to hear that distant melody and sense the scent of lavender and tobacco. And sometimes, when the streetlights play with the mist, I can almost see the silhouette of an elegant man walking away in the park, but when I try to look more closely, I find only the shadows of leaves dancing in the evening wind. Story 18. The night had its own breath, made of small noises blending with the steady beat of rain on the roof. I had woken up in the middle of the night, as often happened in recent weeks, but this time was different. On the nightstand next to the bed, illuminated by the weak moonlight filtering through the curtains, shone an object that shouldn't have been there, an ancient brass key with intricate decorations along its profile. I didn't remember ever seeing it before, yet it emanated a familiar sense of belonging, as if it had always been part of my life. I took it between my fingers, and its cold surface sent a subtle shiver through me. It was heavy, much heavier than one would expect from its modest size, and the metal had that particular patina that only time can give to objects. As I examined it in the dim light, I noticed its design was unusual. It didn't have the typical teeth of modern keys, nor the grooves of antique ones. Its profile was smooth, almost as if it had been worn down by centuries of use, but the decorations remained perfectly defined. Floral motifs intertwined with symbols that seemed to belong to a forgotten alphabet. I got up from bed, drawn by a strange urgency to explore. The house seemed different at night, as if the shadows had the power to redraw familiar spaces. I began walking through the rooms, guided only by the weak luminescence of the key, which, strangely, seemed to emit a faint bluish glow. The wooden floor whispered under my steps, and the night air carried with it a scent of old wood and yellowed paper. At each door I encountered, I tried to bring the key close. I didn't even try to insert it in the locks. I instinctively knew it wasn't meant for any of them. Yet, every time the key came near a wooden surface, I could feel a slight vibration through my fingers, as if it was reacting to something invisible. It was in my study that I noticed something different. The antique bookcase I had inherited from my grandfather seemed to emit a subtle resonance with the key. I approached slowly, observing how the key's glow gradually increased. The books on the shelves cast dancing shadows on the walls, moved by the flickering light that now pulsed to the rhythm of an invisible heart. I passed the key along the edge of the bookcase, and that's when I heard it, a deep sound, almost imperceptible, like a musical note played on a forgotten instrument. The key's vibration intensified, and under my fingers I could feel the bookcases would respond with a quiver. There was no visible lock, yet the key seemed to have found what it was searching for. In that moment, time seemed to slow down. The air became dense, charged with an ancient presence. The shadows in the rooms moved unnaturally, as if they had become aware of my presence. The key's glow now pulsed with a steady rhythm, illuminating hidden patterns in the bookcase's wood that I had never noticed before. Guided by an instinct I couldn't explain, I pressed the key against the central panel of the bookcase. There was no visible slot, but when the key touched the wood, a sound like a deep sigh was heard. The wood surface seemed to ripple like disturbed water, and for a moment I thought I saw, reflected in its polish, faces and places from a forgotten time. Morning found me sitting at my desk, the key clutched in my fist. The dawn light had dispersed the night's shadows, but it couldn't erase what I had experienced. The bookcase appeared normal, motionless in its ancient dignity, yet something had changed. In the days that followed, I continued to observe the key, which had lost its mysterious glow, but maintained that strange heaviness. Sometimes, on the quietest nights, I still seemed to hear that deep vibration coming from the bookcase, as if it were calling to the key. But I haven't tried to use it again. Some doors, I've learned, are better left closed, even when we possess the key to open them, or perhaps especially because of that. The key now rests in a drawer of my writing desk, wrapped in black velvet. From time to time, when the night's silence becomes too deep, I can hear it calling. And I wonder if it was the key that found me instead of the other way around, and what other secrets are kept by a key that has no lock. Story 19. The autumn rain fell softly, creating a translucent veil that blurred the edges of reality. It was late, and my work shift had stretched longer than usual. The sound of my footsteps on the wet pavement blended with the gentle drumming of raindrops on the roofs of parked cars. The air was thick with that peculiar scent only rain can create, a mixture of wet earth, decaying leaves, and that indefinable freshness that always accompanies a storm. As I approached the bus stop, I noticed a solitary figure. They were sitting on the bench under the transparent shelter, perfectly still. They wore a dark coat that seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness, and a wide-brimmed hat partially obscured their face. What immediately caught my attention was how, despite the pouring rain, their coat appeared completely dry. I stopped a few feet away, trying to maintain a discreet presence as I observed this peculiar detail. The dim light from the street lamp cast strange shadows on the figure, and for a moment I had the impression that the outlines of their body were blurred, as if I were looking through frosted glass. The sound of the rain seemed to soften in their presence, creating an unnatural bubble of silence. I checked the time on my phone, 20 minutes until my bus was due. Cautiously, I moved closer to the shelter, feeling the need to escape the rain, which was intensifying. The stranger didn't move or show any sign of noticing me. I sat at the far end of the bench, trying to maintain a respectful distance. It was then that I noticed another unsettling detail. Although we were both seated under the same shelter, the raindrops falling near them seemed to veer off course, as if an invisible force was repelling them. The sound of the rain itself changed tone as it approached them, producing an almost imperceptible hiss. The minutes dragged on excruciatingly slowly. I tried to distract myself by checking messages on my phone, but the stranger's presence continued to captivate my attention. Occasionally, from my peripheral view, I thought I saw a slight movement of their head, as if they were observing something in the distance that only they could see. A stronger gust of wind caused the street lamp to sway, plunging the area into deeper shadow for a moment. In that instant, the stranger turned slightly toward me. Beneath the brim of the hat, where eyes should have been, I saw only two faint points of light, like the moon's reflection on still water. My heart pounded in my chest, steady but intense. I wanted to get up and leave, but a curiosity stronger than fear kept me rooted to my seat. The stranger slowly returned to their original position, and the moment passed like a wave retreating from the shore. In the distance, the familiar rumble of the approaching bus finally broke the silence. The headlights cut through the darkness, casting long shadows on the wet road. When the vehicle came to a stop in front of us with a hiss of its brakes, I stood up quickly. I turned for one last look at the bench, but the stranger was gone. I hadn't heard them move or sensed any sound of footsteps. They were simply no longer there. I boarded the bus with slightly trembling legs, choosing a seat near the driver. As the bus pulled away, I glanced out the fogged window. The shelter was empty, but for an instant I thought I saw a dark figure dissolving into the rain, like smoke carried away by the wind. In the days that followed, every time I had to take the bus at night, that stop seemed different. The street lamp's light appeared dimmer, and the sound of the rain had a peculiar resonance, as if the air itself held the memory of that strange presence. I never saw the stranger again, but since that night on rainy evenings, I sometimes notice how certain raindrops seem to fall oddly, deviating from their path for no apparent reason. Story 20. The sound of heavy rain on the roof created a hypnotic melody as I prepared to spend another solitary evening in my old country house. Drops slid down the window panes, creating serpentine patterns that danced in the dim candlelight I had lit to fight the growing darkness. The wind blew gently through the garden trees, rustling the leaves in a natural lullaby. Sitting in my favorite armchair with a steaming cup of tea in my hands, I absently watched the vapor rising in delicate spirals in the air. The house emanated its usual familiar sounds, the slight creaking of contracting wood, the ticking of the pendulum clock in the entryway, the soft whistle of wind sneaking through the drafts. Everything seemed normal, yet something indefinable had begun to disturb my evening peace. It was while sipping my tea that I first noticed something unusual. The upstairs bedroom window, visible in the hallway mirror's reflection, seemed to emit a particular luminescence, as if someone had lit a candle inside. But I knew with certainty there was no light source in that room. I rose slowly, placing the cup on the small table beside the armchair, and headed toward the stairs. The wooden steps groaned under my feet, a sound I knew well after years of living in this house. Yet that evening, every creak seemed different, as if the house itself was trying to communicate something to me. The air grew colder as I climbed, and a thin layer of moisture seemed to cover the walls of the upper hallway. When I reached the bedroom door, I hesitated a moment before opening it. The brass handle was unusually cold to the touch, almost freezing. The door opened with a slight squeak, revealing the room immersed in shadows. The window, the one I had seen reflected in the mirror, was closed, but as I watched, I noticed the lock moving by itself slowly, as if moved by invisible fingers. To my great amazement, the window began to open gradually, inch by inch, without any visible presence pushing it. The wind entering wasn't strong enough to justify that movement, and the air that infiltrated the room carried with it a sweet and ancient scent, like dried flowers and old wood. I cautiously approached the window, observing how the raindrops entered the room, creating small puddles on the wooden windowsill. It was then that I noticed something extraordinary. The drops weren't falling following the normal downward trajectory, but seemed to dance in the air, forming circular patterns before gently settling on the floor. While observing this inexplicable phenomenon, a movement caught my attention. On the window glass, writing began to appear, as if an invisible finger was tracing letters on the foggy surface. The words formed slowly, but were too blurred to be read clearly. I moved closer, my heart beating with a steady but intense rhythm. The curtains moved softly, even though there wasn't a real draft. Their movement resembled the slow, deep breathing of someone asleep. The moonlight, filtered through the rain-laden clouds, created dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to tell silent stories. I reached a hand toward the window, feeling the cold air entering from outside caress my fingers. The moment I was about to touch the glass, the window closed gently, with the same slowness with which it had opened. The lock clicked with a delicate snap, and the ancient scent that had pervaded the room began to dissipate. I remained motionless for several minutes, listening to the sound of rain that continued to fall outside. The room had resumed its normal appearance, but something had changed. It was as if the house had wanted to show me a fragment of another world, a world that existed parallel to ours, visible only in those special moments when the boundary between reality and mystery becomes as thin as a silk veil. Since that night, whenever it rains, I sit in my armchair and observe the window's reflection in the hallway mirror. Sometimes it remains still, other times it opens slowly in a silent ritual that has now become part of my life. I never discovered who or what causes this phenomenon, but I've learned to accept it as part of the mystery of my house, a secret that only I and these ancient walls share. And on the quietest nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain falls gently, I almost seem to feel a familiar presence watching over me, like an invisible guardian who has chosen to share this space with me, manifesting through a window that opens by itself. Story 21. The mist clung to my ankles as I walked through the overgrown path behind my grandmother's house. Morning had barely broken, yet darkness lingered here, defying the natural order of things. The air felt thick with moisture, carrying the sweet, earthy scent of decaying leaves and something else, something older and more mysterious that I couldn't quite identify. I had inherited this property just 2 weeks ago, and while the house itself was welcoming enough, this peculiar garden had captured my attention from the first moment. It sprawled behind the Victorian structure, surrounded by ancient stone walls covered in dark green ivy. What struck me most was how the towering trees that encircled it seemed to bend inward, their branches forming a natural canopy so dense that even the brightest midday sun could barely penetrate its depths. The garden had belonged to my grandmother for over 60 years, though in all my childhood visits I had never seen her tend to it. In fact, I had never seen her enter it at all. When I asked about it once, she simply smiled and said, "Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear." As a child, I had dismissed her words as the mysterious musings of an elderly woman. Now, walking through the perpetual twilight of this space, her words carried a weight I hadn't understood before. My footsteps made no sound on the damp earth, as if the ground itself absorbed all noise. The plants here grew differently than anywhere else I had seen. Pale, almost white roses bloomed without any hint of red or pink, their petals seeming to glow in the dim light. Ferns unfurled in impossible spirals, their fronds reaching out like gentle fingers whenever I passed too close. Most striking were the mushrooms that formed perfect circles throughout the garden, their caps an unusual shade of blue-gray that seemed to pulse with a soft luminescence. As I ventured deeper into the garden, I noticed something peculiar about the plant life. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to lean away from me as I approached, only to slowly turn toward me after I passed. It wasn't the wind, there was none in this sheltered space. The movement was deliberate, almost curious, like children peeking around a corner at a stranger. Near the center of the garden stood an old stone fountain, long dry but somehow untouched by moss or vine. Its basin was carved with symbols I didn't recognize, curves and lines that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. As I traced one with my finger, the stone felt warm despite the cool air. A soft vibration hummed through my fingertip, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard a distant melody. That's when I noticed the butterflies. They weren't the bright, colorful creatures that visited normal gardens. These were pure white, with wings that seemed partially transparent, like falling snow caught in morning light. They flitted between the pale flowers, leaving trails of what looked like silver dust in their wake. The dust didn't fall to the ground, but hung in the air, forming patterns that reminded me of constellations. As I watched transfixed, I realized that the patterns weren't random. They were writing something in a script I almost recognized, like words seen in a dream and forgotten upon waking. The silver trails would form, hold for a moment, then fade away, only to be replaced by new ones. It was like watching a conversation I couldn't quite understand. The temperature began to drop, and I pulled my sweater closer. That's when I noticed my watch had stopped, though I couldn't say when. The light hadn't changed, it never did in this garden, but somehow I knew I had been here for hours. Time moved differently in this place, flowing like honey, thick and slow. My grandmother's diary, found in her study after her passing, had only one entry about the garden. It was here before us, and it will remain long after. It doesn't belong to us, we belong to it. Some gardens grow flowers, this one grows secrets. Standing there, watching the silent dance of ghostly butterflies and swaying plants, I finally understood. I began to notice other details, how no birds ever flew overhead, how the shadows seemed to move independent of any light source, how certain flowers would bloom and wither in the span of minutes only to bloom again. The garden was alive in a way that defied natural law, operating on rules of its own making. As evening approached, though how I knew this in the unchanging light, I couldn't say I made my way back toward the house. The path seemed different, though my footprints from earlier were still clearly visible in the soil. New flowers had bloomed where none had been before, their petals closed tight around secrets they weren't ready to share. Before stepping out of the garden, I turned back one last time. In the distance, near the fountain, I saw a figure that might have been my grandmother, tending to plants that grew in impossible ways. But when I blinked, there was only the mist, the pale flowers, and the endless twilight that seemed to whisper, "Welcome home." That night, as I prepared for bed, I noticed a single white butterfly perched on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows that looked like words on my wall. I fell asleep wondering if the garden had chosen me, just as it had chosen my grandmother so many years ago. In my dreams, I heard the fountain's melody, and understood at last why some places never need to see the sun. They have their own kind of light, born from secrets older than time itself. Story 22. The gentle patter of rain against the window panes filled my grandmother's old house with a soothing rhythm. I had been tasked with sorting through decades of memories stored in the musty attic, a responsibility that felt both daunting and oddly peaceful. The wooden stairs creaked beneath my feet as I ascended, each step releasing the faint scent of aged cedar and forgotten memories. The attic was bathed in a soft, diffused light that filtered through a small round window. Dust particles danced lazily in the pale beam, creating ethereal patterns in the air. The space felt alive with whispers of the past, each box and trunk holding fragments of lives lived long ago. As I moved through the space, my fingers trailing along weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's melody created a perfect accompaniment to my exploration. In the furthest corner, partially hidden behind a stack of leather-bound photo albums, I noticed something peculiar. A small music box, its surface dulled by time, sat atop a faded pink blanket. What caught my attention wasn't its placement or appearance, but rather the fact that its metal key was slowly turning, as if someone had just wound it moments ago. The movement was almost imperceptible, but in the stillness of the attic, it was impossible to miss. As I approached, the temperature seemed to shift, becoming slightly cooler. The music box's ornate lid was adorned with delicate carvings of woodland creatures, their features softened by years of handling. My grandmother had never mentioned this particular piece, which seemed strange given how she loved to share stories about her treasured possessions. When I carefully lifted it, I noticed it was unusually warm to the touch, despite the attic's natural coolness. The key continued its gentle rotation, defying logic and reason. With trembling fingers, I opened the lid, expecting to hear the familiar tinkle of a lullaby. Instead, a different sound emerged, the soft giggle of a child, distant and ethereal, floating through the air like a forgotten memory. The sound wasn't frightening. Rather, it carried a profound sense of loneliness and yearning that touched something deep within my soul. Beneath the music box lay a small porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted face bore a serene expression, though one of its glass eyes was slightly turned, giving it an oddly knowing look. The doll's dress, once presumably white, had taken on the color of aged ivory, its lace trimmed delicate as spider silk. What struck me most was how the doll's tiny hands were positioned, reaching upward, as if waiting to be held. As I studied the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to change, becoming more deliberate, almost like footsteps moving across the attic floor. The dust motes in the air began to swirl in peculiar patterns, forming shapes that almost resembled small handprints before dissolving back into chaos. The temperature continued to drop, though not in an unpleasant way. It felt more like the cool touch of a gentle breeze on a summer evening. In that moment, memories began to surface, not my own, but somehow present in my mind nonetheless. I saw flashes of a young girl playing in this very attic, her laughter echoing off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. The scenes felt like watercolor paintings, edges soft and colors muted, yet they carried an undeniable weight of truth. I realized I was seeing my grandmother as a child, though I couldn't explain how I knew this with such certainty. The music box's key finally stopped turning, and the ghostly giggle faded into silence. As I held both objects in my hands, I felt an overwhelming urge to bring them downstairs, to give them new life in the warmth of the living space below. Yet something made me hesitate. The doll's misaligned eye seemed to look past me now, focused on something or someone I couldn't see. I carefully placed both items back exactly as I had found them, arranging the pink blanket just so. As I did, I felt a subtle shift in the air, like a sigh of contentment. The rain returned to its natural rhythm, and the dust settled back into its lazy dance in the sunbeam. But now I understood something fundamental about this space. Some toys aren't meant to be forgotten, even when they appear to be. They exist in a place between memory and reality, between past and present, playing with phantom children in the quiet hours when no one is watching. That evening, as I prepared to leave, I could have sworn I heard the distant melody of a music box floating down from the attic, accompanied by the sound of small feet dancing across creaking floorboards. I didn't investigate. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, living in that gentle space between wakefulness and dreams, where the impossible becomes possible and memories dance eternal in the dust-filled light of aging attics. Perhaps that's why my grandmother never mentioned the music box. Some treasures are meant to be discovered rather than given, their magic revealed only to those who find them at just the right moment, when the rain falls softly and the world grows quiet enough to hear the whispers of the past. Story 23. The autumn wind carried whispers through the empty streets as I made my way home from work. Streetlights cast pools of amber light onto wet pavement, their glow reflecting off countless puddles like scattered coins. The evening had that peculiar quality where sound seemed to travel differently, where every footstep echoed just a bit longer than it should, and the rustle of fallen leaves created music that lingered in the air. I first noticed him on a Tuesday, though it feels important to mention that the day itself held no particular significance. He stood motionless at the corner where Main Street curves past the old bookshop, a figure wrapped in layers of weathered clothing. What caught my attention wasn't his stillness or his worn appearance, it was the way other pedestrians moved around him, creating a perfect circle of empty space, as if guided by some invisible force. My normal route home took me directly past his corner, and as I approached, I found myself drawn into that same orbital pattern, my feet carrying me in a wider arc without conscious thought. That's when he turned to look at me, and I saw his eyes not dark brown or deep blue as one might expect, but black, completely, utterly black, like polished onyx catching the streetlight. They seemed to absorb the amber glow rather than reflect it. Each evening after that, he was there, always in the same spot, always perfectly still. Some nights I would take different routes home, walking blocks out of my way to avoid that corner. But I could feel those eyes following me even when I was streets away. The strange thing was I never saw him ask for money or food. He never held out a cup or extended his hand. He simply watched, those obsidian eyes tracking each passerby with an intensity that felt both gentle and unsettling. On particularly quiet nights, when the wind died down and the traffic thinned, I sometimes thought I could hear him humming. The melody was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a sort of lullaby that seemed to resonate with something deep in my bones. It made me think of distant stars and ancient lullabies, of songs that might have been sung before humans walked the earth. One rainy evening, something changed. As I approached his corner, steeling myself for another encounter, I noticed he had shifted slightly. His hand was raised, not in request or greeting, but pointing upward toward the clouded sky. Without thinking, I stopped and followed his gesture. The raindrops felt different on my face, each one carrying a weight that seemed more significant than mere water. When I lowered my gaze, he was looking directly at me, and for the first time I saw his lips move. The words he spoke were soft, barely audible above the patter of rain, yet they seemed to bypass my ears entirely and materialize directly in my mind. "You see it too," he said, though it wasn't quite a statement and not quite a question. His voice carried the same quality as his humming, ancient, otherworldly, and strangely comforting. That night I dreamed of black eyes watching over sleeping cities, of guardians standing motionless on countless corners throughout history. I dreamed of melodies that shaped the world and of rain that carried messages from beyond the stars. When I woke, my window was covered in intricate patterns of frost, despite the autumn weather being too warm for ice. The next evening he wasn't at his corner, nor was he there the next day or the day after. The space where he stood remained empty, yet somehow more significant than the surrounding sidewalk. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the streetlights flickered just so, I catch glimpses of what might be his reflection in the puddles that gather at that corner. The black eyes still watch, but now they seem to look outward from beneath the surface of the water. Other pedestrians still avoid that specific spot, creating that perfect circle of empty space, though I doubt they know why. And on rare occasions, when the wind carries that familiar melody, I find myself stopping to look up at the sky, wondering what messages the rain might bring. I've never seen another beggar with black eyes, but I understand now that he wasn't really a beggar at all. He was something else, something that chose that corner to watch, to wait, and perhaps to remind us that some mysteries are meant to remain just beyond our understanding. I still walk past that corner every evening on my way home. Sometimes I stop and listen for that ancient lullaby, and sometimes when the light hits the puddles just right, I see those black eyes looking back at me from every reflection. And somehow it brings me comfort, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he represented, continues to watch over our quiet streets as the world slowly turns toward night. Story 24. The gentle patter of rain against my bedroom window had been my constant companion throughout the evening. I lay in bed, drifting between wakefulness and sleep, when a low, steady hum penetrated the rainfall's rhythm. At first, I dismissed it as background noise from the nearby road, but as minutes passed, the sound remained unchanging, a car engine, idling somewhere close by. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a soft red glow across the room, marking midnight's approach. I rose from my bed, drawn to the window by an inexplicable curiosity. Through the rain-streaked glass, I could make out a dark sedan parked across the street. Its headlights were off, but a faint bluish glow emanated from its dashboard, and wisps of exhaust curled up into the misty air. The scene before me seemed to exist in a bubble of stillness. No movement came from within the vehicle, no silhouette visible through its rain-blurred windows, yet the engine continued its steady purr, a presence that felt both ordinary and somehow wrong in the quietness of the night. The raindrops falling through the glow of the street lamp created shifting patterns on the car's hood, making it appear almost liquid in the darkness. My breath fogged the window as I watched, creating a hazy frame around the mysterious vehicle. I found myself noting details with an almost dreamlike attention, the way water beaded on its surface, how the exhaust mixed with the mist, forming ethereal shapes that danced briefly before dissolving. The longer I observed, the more questions surfaced in my mind. Who would leave their car running unattended at this hour? Why here on this unremarkable street? As if responding to my thoughts, the engine's note changed slightly, dropping to a lower pitch. The sound sent a subtle vibration through the air, one I could feel more than hear. I noticed then that the car's windows were completely fogged over, obscuring any view of the interior. Yet something about their opacity suggested presence rather than emptiness. I found myself reaching for my phone, considering whether to call someone, the police perhaps, though I couldn't articulate what crime, if any, was being committed. The rational part of my mind suggested simple explanations: someone waiting for someone else, a driver taking a late-night rest, a neighbor warming up their car before a night shift. But these explanations felt hollow against the weight of the scene's strangeness. Time seemed to flow differently as I stood at the window. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and the car maintained its vigil. I noticed small details changing, condensation patterns shifting on the windows, the exhaust clouds taking on different shapes. Yet the vehicle remained fundamentally unchanged, like a photograph come partially to life. Eventually my eyelids grew heavy, and I felt sleep tugging at the edges of my consciousness. I moved away from the window, back toward my bed, but something made me pause and look one final time. The car was still there, engine running, but now I could swear I saw something move behind those fogged windows, a shadow, perhaps, or merely a trick of the light playing through the rain. I slipped back under my covers, the engine's hum now seeming louder despite the barrier of walls and glass. As I drifted towards sleep, the sound became almost hypnotic, blending with the rainfall into a strange lullaby. My last conscious thought was of those foggy windows and what might lie behind them, watching, waiting in the quiet hours of the night. When morning came, I rushed to the window, half expecting to find the street empty, the events of the night dismissed as a dream. But there in the pale light of dawn, I saw clear tire tracks in the wet pavement where the car had been. Next to them, a small pool of water remained, mixed with something that caught the morning light transmission fluid, perhaps, though its iridescent sheen seemed oddly beautiful in the early sun. I never saw the car again, but on quiet rainy nights when the world grows still, I sometimes hear what sounds like an engine idling in the distance. And I wonder as I lie awake how many others are listening too, watching through rain-streaked windows, waiting to glimpse what lurks behind those foggy panes of glass. Story 25. In the silence of the night, the sound of my footsteps echoed along the ancient wooden hallway. The floorboards creaked under the weight of my movements, creating a familiar melody that mixed with the sound of rain against the windows. The air was thick with a sweet scent, like old wood and yellowed paper. I stopped in front of the door at the end of the hallway, the one that led to the room I hadn't opened for months. The lock gleamed faintly in the dim light of the wall lamps, as if wanting to draw my attention. I remembered perfectly having locked it the last time, turning the key 3 times and checking the handle. It was a routine I always followed, a ritual that gave me security. That evening, however, something was different. The air around the door seemed colder, and a thin layer of dust had settled on the brass handle, creating a particular pattern that caught my eye. I moved closer to observe it better, noticing that the dust formed small concentric circles, as if someone had traced designs with an invisible finger. The wood of the door emanated a slight warmth, perceptible only by placing my palm on its surface. It was strange, considering that the room had remained closed and there was no heating inside. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening carefully. In the deepest silence, I seemed to perceive a distant sound, like the slow breathing of someone asleep. I pulled the key from my robe pocket, feeling it strangely warm to the touch. I inserted it into the lock with slow, measured movements, trying not to make noise. The key slid in easily, but when I tried to turn it, something wasn't right. The lock resisted, as if it had been modified from the inside. My heart began to beat faster in my chest, but not from fear. It was more a sensation of curiosity mixed with a sense of anticipation, like when you're about to discover something important. I tried turning the key in the other direction, and this time it moved with surprising fluidity, producing a delicate click. When I opened the door, the air that came out of the room was warm and fragrant, as if someone had just finished preparing vanilla tea. Moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, illuminating the room with a silvery glow. Everything was exactly as I remembered it, yet completely different. The books on the shelves seemed arranged in a new order, forming patterns I had never noticed before. The old velvet armchair was slightly moved toward the window, and on the side table next to it was an empty porcelain cup that I didn't remember leaving there. I approached the mahogany desk, running my fingers across its smooth surface. The dust was distributed unevenly, as if someone had traced words that had now vanished. Next to the inkwell, I found a yellowed sheet of paper with a single sentence written in handwriting that looked like mine, but I didn't remember ever writing. The sentence read, "Time flows differently here." As I read those words, I noticed that my breathing had synchronized with the slow swaying of the curtains at the window, even though there was no wind. The silence of the room seemed alive, pulsing, as if it contained 1,000 whispers too faint to be heard. I sat in the armchair, sinking into the soft velvet. From that position, I could see the entire room reflected in the window. For an instant, I thought I glimpsed a blurred figure moving in the darkness behind me, but when I turned, there was only the reflection of the moon playing with the shadows. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the silence envelope me. When I reopened them, the room seemed slightly different, as if every object had shifted by a few millimeters. The cup on the side table was now warm to the touch, and a thin thread of steam rose toward the ceiling. I rose slowly from the armchair, feeling the weight of the mystery that enveloped the room. As I walked toward the door, I noticed that my footsteps made no sound on the wooden floor. I stopped at the threshold, turning one last time. The room seemed to breathe softly, like a sleeping, living being. I closed the door gently, turning the key in the lock. The final click resonated like a lullaby in the silence of the hallway. Since that night, every time I passed by the door, I seemed to smell a faint scent of vanilla tea and hear the whisper of pages being turned by invisible hands. I haven't opened that door again, but I know the room continues to live its secret life, guarding mysteries that perhaps are better left to rest in silence. Story 26. The soft glow of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting warm shadows across my study walls. I had always found comfort in this room, surrounded by old books and cherished memories, but something felt different that evening. Perhaps it was the unusual stillness in the air, or the way the autumn light seemed to linger longer than usual, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. My attention drifted to the newly acquired portrait hanging above my antique writing desk. It was a peculiar piece, a Victorian-era painting of a woman in a deep burgundy dress, her face bearing an expression I could never quite decipher. The elderly antique dealer who sold it to me had mentioned its fascinating history, though I had been too preoccupied with its remarkable price to pay much attention to his words. As I settled into my leather armchair with a cup of Earl Grey tea, steam rising in delicate spirals, I noticed something unusual about the portrait. The woman's eyes, which I remembered as gazing slightly to the left, now seemed to look directly at me. I dismissed the thought, attributing it to the changing light in my tired mind after a long day of writing. The grandfather clock in the corner marked the passing hours with its gentle ticking, a sound that usually brought me peace. Yet that evening, each tick seemed to draw my attention back to those painted eyes. I found myself stealing glances at the portrait between paragraphs of my work, each time convinced that something subtle had changed: the angle of her head, the curve of her lips, the direction of her gaze. As night descended and I lit the old brass lamp on my desk, the portrait took on new dimensions. Shadows played across its surface, bringing depth to the painted folds of her dress. The background, which I had always thought depicted a simple drawing room, now seemed to extend into infinite darkness. The warm lamplight caught the gilded frame, creating dancing reflections that sometimes appeared like movement within the painting itself. I began to notice other small changes in my study. Books that I was certain I had left closed would be found open to specific pages, all featuring stories of lost artwork and mysterious disappearances. My fountain pen would roll across the desk when I was certain I had capped it properly. The room's temperature would fluctuate inexplicably, growing colder near the portrait and warmer as I moved away. One particularly quiet evening, as I was about to leave my study, a peculiar detail caught my eye. In the portrait's background, partially hidden by the painted woman's shoulder, I noticed what appeared to be another canvas on an easel. I stepped closer, squinting in the dim light. The painting within the painting seemed to depict a study, one that bore an unsettling resemblance to my own. My heart beat a little faster as I leaned in further, nose almost touching the canvas. There in the miniature study, I could make out a tiny desk, a leather armchair, and what appeared to be a figure seated at the desk. The longer I stared, the more familiar the scene became, until I realized with a start that it wasn't just any figure, it was me, captured in perfect detail, leaning forward to examine a painting. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat. The woman's expression seemed different now, knowing, almost amused. Her eyes followed me as I moved across the room, no longer bothering to maintain the pretense of a static painting. The corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly, and I could have sworn I heard the faintest whisper of laughter, like the rustle of old paper. That night I left my study door firmly closed, yet I could feel her gaze following me through the house. As I lay in bed, I wondered about the previous owners of the portrait, about their stories, their experiences. Had they too noticed these subtle changes? Had they also felt the weight of those watching eyes? In the morning, I found my study exactly as I had left it, except for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, and in it, written in elegant Victorian script that was not my own, were the words, "Art is never truly static, dear observer. Sometimes the line between viewer and viewed becomes rather blurred, don't you think?" I never removed the portrait from my wall. Perhaps I should have, but curiosity has always been my weakness. Now, as I write this account in my study, I often glance up to find her watching me, that same enigmatic smile playing at her lips. And sometimes, when the light is just right and the house is perfectly quiet, I notice other changes in the painting within the painting, new details emerging, the scene shifting ever so slightly. The portrait remains a mystery, but one I've grown to embrace. After all, who's to say which of us is truly the observer and which the observed? In the gentle quiet of my study, as the grandfather clock continues its steady rhythm and the evening light paints shadows on the walls, I've come to understand that perhaps we're both, the watcher and the watched, bound together in an endless dance of perception and reflection. Story 27. The autumn fog wrapped around the streets like a gray silk cloak, turning every streetlight into a blurred halo in the night. I was driving home after a particularly long work shift when I first noticed it, a pair of headlights in the mist, maintaining a constant distance behind me. I wouldn't have paid attention if it weren't for that subtle feeling, like a whisper in my mind, suggesting something odd about how that car kept the same distance, turn after turn. The quiet rumble of the engine behind me was like a patient breath, perfectly matching the rhythm of my journey. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When I slightly accelerated, it did the same. Through the rearview mirror, I could only make out a dark silhouette, a sedan perhaps, whose headlights seemed like two watchful eyes that never lost sight of me. The road wound through the residential neighborhood, the silent houses on either side emanating an aura of tranquility that contrasted with my growing unease. I decided to experiment. Instead of turning onto my usual street, I continued straight, taking a longer route. The car followed me, maintaining that hypnotic distance that now seemed almost familiar. The sound of rain beginning to fall on the windshield created a relaxing melody, almost in contrast with the situation. The drops formed rivulets running down the windows, further distorting the view of that constant presence behind me. I turned onto a side street, then another and another. The dance continued as if we were connected by an invisible thread. The headlights followed me patiently, never getting too close, never falling behind. The neighborhood slept unaware while we continued our strange nocturnal waltz. I stopped at a red light, and for the first time I had the impression of seeing something more through the wet windshield of the car behind me, a figure sitting in the driver's seat, motionless as a statue. When I finally decided to head home, the car was still there, faithful as a shadow. I parked in the driveway and turned off the engine. In the sudden silence, I could only hear the patter of rain on the car roof and my heartbeat. Through the rearview mirror, I saw the car stop gently several yards back. It stayed there, headlights on, as if waiting. Several minutes passed that felt like hours. Then slowly the headlights turned off. In the darkness of the street, I could still make out the dark silhouette of the vehicle. I gathered my courage and got out of the car, protecting myself from the rain with my jacket. But when I turned to look more closely, the street was empty. There was no trace of the car that had followed me all that time. Since that night, whenever I drive after sunset, I can't help checking the rearview mirror more often than usual. And sometimes, when the fog is particularly thick, I seem to see those familiar headlights in the distance, patient, waiting. I wonder if that car is still out there, following someone else, or if it's waiting for the right moment to come back and dance with me through the city's night streets. Story 28. The rain gently beat against the windows of my old country house, creating a hypnotic melody that mingled with the slight creaking of the hardwood floor beneath my feet. It was one of those autumn evenings when the boundary between reality and fantasy seemed thinner than usual. The tree leaves danced in the darkness, casting shifting shadows on the cream-colored walls of the hallway through the foggy windows. Sitting in my favorite armchair with a cup of now-cold chamomile tea in my hands, I absently observed how the floor lamp's light created a golden circle on the floor. There was something different that evening, a subtle but persistent sensation that I couldn't identify. Perhaps it was the way the air seemed thicker than usual, or how the house's silence appeared deeper, almost tangible. I rose slowly, drawn by a movement caught in the corner of my eye. The hallway leading to the bedroom seemed longer than usual, as if it extended beyond its natural boundaries. The shadows in the corners appeared darker, denser, almost alive. I stopped at the living room threshold, peering into the darkness that progressively thickened toward the end of the hallway. The temperature seemed to decrease gradually as I approached. The wood beneath my feet made different sounds than usual, as if I were walking on an unfamiliar floor. The old family photographs hanging on the walls seemed to watch me with a new gaze, as if the familiar faces had been replaced by slightly altered versions of themselves. Halfway down the hallway, I stopped. A particular smell had caught my attention, an ancient scent of old books and wet wood that didn't belong to my house. I turned toward the window to my right, noticing how the rain had created complex patterns on the glass, designs that seemed to follow a precise but incomprehensible scheme. That's when I saw it, a shadow darker than the others, moving with unnatural grace along the opposite wall. It wasn't cast by any visible object and seemed to have its own consistency, as if made of solidified mist. It moved slowly, almost timidly, as if it were aware of my presence. My breathing became deeper and more regular as I observed the phenomenon. I felt no fear, but rather a strange sensation of familiarity, as if that presence had always been there, waiting to be noticed. The shadow stopped at the height of the guest room door, assuming a vaguely human shape. I took another step closer, and the shadow seemed to react to my presence, wavering slightly. The sound of the rain had transformed into a constant whisper, as if trying to communicate something. I strained my ear, and for a moment I seemed to distinguish words in an unknown but strangely comprehensible language. The air around me had become colder, but not unpleasantly so. It was like being wrapped in a cool silk sheet on a warm summer night. The shadow began to move again, this time toward me, with fluid movements that resembled a dance in slow motion. I remained motionless, observing as it gradually approached. When it was a few steps from me, it stopped. In the silence of the house, I could hear my heartbeat, calm and regular. The shadow seemed to tilt slightly, as if in a greeting. I raised a hand, moved by an impulse I couldn't explain. The shadow mimicked my gesture, and for an instant I thought I saw a hand emerge from its nebulous form. There was no physical contact, but I distinctly perceived a sensation of warmth where our hands had almost touched. Then, with the same grace with which it had appeared, the shadow began to dissolve. It dispersed into the air like smoke carried away by an invisible breeze, leaving behind only a slight scent of jasmine and a sensation of deep peace. I remained in the hallway for what seemed like an infinite time, listening to the sound of the rain gradually diminishing. When I finally returned to the living room, I noticed that my tea was still hot, as if time had stopped during my encounter in the hallway. Since that evening, every time I walk down that hallway on rainy nights, I pay particular attention to the shadows. Sometimes I think I glimpse that familiar form, dancing just beyond the limit of my vision. I never discovered who or what that shadow was, but its presence has left in me not a sense of unease, but rather the awareness that there are mysteries that don't need an explanation. The hallway of my house now guards this secret, and on silent nights when the rain beats against the windows, I find myself waiting, with a mixture of curiosity and serenity, for a new encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the hallway. Story 29. The night had wrapped the house in a blanket of deep stillness, interrupted only by the gentle patter of rain against the window panes. Seated in my favorite armchair, I watched the shadows dance on the walls, synchronized with the flickering flame of the fireplace. The warmth embraced me like a cozy blanket, while the scent of burning wood mingled with the aroma of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. It was in that moment of perfect serenity that I noticed something unusual in my niece's toy room, visible through the slightly ajar door. An old porcelain music box, a gift from Grandma, seemed to emit a faint bluish glow. I didn't remember it ever shining like that before. Slowly I rose from the armchair, setting the teacup on the wooden side table. My footsteps on the floor produced a soft creak that blended with the rhythm of the rain, creating an almost hypnotic melody. As I approached the door, the glow became brighter yet remained gentle, like moonlight reflected on still water. The toy room was a sanctuary of memories and wonder. Shelves of old wood housed porcelain dolls in Victorian dresses, colorful toy trains, and plush animals with kind expressions. The music box held a special place on the central shelf, surrounded by small crystals my niece had collected during her walks in the garden. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, usually frozen in her eternal pose, swayed slightly, as if caressed by an invisible breeze. I stepped closer, noting how the temperature in the room was noticeably cooler than in the rest of the house. My breath formed small clouds of vapor in the air, while the crystals surrounding the music box seemed to respond to its light, casting tiny rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her imperceptible movements, and I could swear I heard a faint melody in the distance, like a musical whisper from another time. I reached out toward the music box, and at that moment the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf appeared to have turned their heads slightly to look in my direction, but when I blinked, they were back in their original positions. The melody became clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma always sang, a song I thought I had long forgotten. The music box began to turn on its own, very slowly. The ballerina danced with unnatural grace, her movements fluid like those of a real dancer. The crystals now projected intricate patterns on the ceiling, forming designs that seemed to tell stories of times long past. The air in the room grew dense with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small magical object. I stood motionless, captivated by the spectacle. The music from the music box intertwined with the sound of the rain, creating a symphony that spoke of nostalgia and untold secrets. The shadows in the room seemed to dance to the rhythm of the music, and for a moment I felt I was not alone in witnessing this private performance. Gradually, the melody began to fade, like a dream slipping away upon waking. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a barely visible glow, and the ballerina slowed her dance until she stopped completely. Silence returned to the room, but it was a different silence, one heavy with meaning and mystery. I returned to my armchair, picking up my now lukewarm tea. As I watched the last embers in the fireplace, I thought about Grandma and her love for objects that carried stories. I wondered if she had ever witnessed something similar, if the music box had always possessed that magic, or if it was a special gift, reserved for certain moments and certain observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I glance at the music box. Sometimes I think I see a fleeting blue glow or hear the first notes of that forgotten lullaby, but perhaps it's just memories dancing in my mind, like that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night. Story 30. The soft glow of candlelight danced across my bedroom walls as I prepared for another quiet evening alone. Rain tapped gently against the window panes, creating a soothing rhythm that matched my breathing. I had always found comfort in these solitary moments, surrounded by the warmth of old wooden furniture and the familiar scent of leather-bound books. That night, however, something felt different. As I sat at my antique writing desk, my attention was drawn to a peculiar sound, a faint scratching noise emanating from within the wall beside me. At first, I dismissed it as the usual settling of an old house, but there was an odd pattern to it, almost like someone deliberately marking the wall's surface. The sound grew more distinct as I pressed my ear against the weathered wallpaper. The scratching seemed to form a rhythm, pausing briefly before continuing in what felt like deliberate sequences. My fingers traced the wall's surface, feeling for any irregularities. The wallpaper was slightly warmer in one spot, and as I pressed against it, I felt something give way. Carefully peeling back a small section of the aged paper revealed an unexpected sight. Hidden beneath were strange markings etched into the plaster, appearing to have been carved with precise intention. They weren't random scratches, but rather a series of carefully drawn symbols, some resembling ancient letters, while others appeared more like mathematical equations. In the flickering candlelight, I retrieved my notebook and began sketching the mysterious markings. As I copied them, I noticed they formed a pattern, 12 symbols repeated in varying arrangements, like a code waiting to be deciphered. The more I studied them, the more familiar they felt, as if I had seen them before in a half-remembered dream. Time seemed to slow as I worked, the rain creating a gentle backdrop to my investigation. The symbols appeared to shift slightly in the wavering light, taking on different meanings depending on how I viewed them. Some moments they looked like words in an unknown language, other times like star charts mapping celestial bodies I couldn't name. The house creaked softly around me, and the candle's flame swayed in response to unseen air currents. As I continued to examine the wall, I noticed more sections where the wallpaper felt different. Carefully removing more pieces revealed additional symbols, expanding outward from the initial discovery like ripples in a pond. My fingers traced each marking, and I could have sworn they felt warm to the touch, as if they held some hidden energy. The rain outside intensified, its rhythm somehow matching the pattern of the symbols. In that moment, I realized the markings weren't just static designs. They seemed to pulse with a subtle luminescence that might have been a trick of the candlelight, or perhaps something more. As midnight approached, the atmosphere in the room grew thick with anticipation. The scratching sound had ceased, but now there was a gentle humming emanating from the wall, barely audible above the rain. It reminded me of distant singing, though I couldn't quite make out any melody. I spent hours copying the symbols, filling page after page with their intricate patterns. Each time I thought I had documented them all, new ones would seem to appear, as if the wall itself was slowly revealing its secrets. The candlelight cast strange shadows that made the symbols appear to move, dancing across the exposed plaster like living things. When exhaustion finally overtook me, I reluctantly prepared for bed. As I drifted off to sleep, the gentle sound of rain still falling outside, I could have sworn I heard whispers coming from the wall, not threatening or malevolent, but rather like old friends sharing long-forgotten secrets. The next morning, sunlight streamed through my windows, casting the room in a different light. The symbols were still there, but they seemed more subdued now, waiting patiently for nightfall. As I ran my fingers over them one last time before covering them with a painting, I understood that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, but rather experienced and contemplated. To this day, on quiet rainy nights, I sometimes hear that familiar scratching sound. I've never fully decoded the message in the wall, but perhaps that's for the best. Some secrets are meant to remain just out of reach, their mystery more valuable than any revelation could be. The symbols remain hidden behind the painting, a private reminder that even the most ordinary walls might contain extraordinary messages, waiting for the right moment to be discovered. Story 31. The grandfather clock in my study had always been reliable, marking each second with its gentle, rhythmic ticking that filled the room like soft raindrops on a window pane. That morning, as I sat at my desk reviewing old papers, something felt different. The familiar cadence that usually accompanied my morning routine seemed slightly off, as if the seconds were stretching longer than they should. At first, I dismissed it as my imagination, the way one sometimes does when confronted with something that defies explanation. The morning light filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a warm, golden glow across the wooden floors, and everything else appeared normal. My cup of tea still steamed quietly beside my leather-bound journal, and the autumn breeze still rustled the leaves outside my window. But as I reached for my pocket watch to check the time, I noticed my hand moving through the air with an unusual weightiness, as if I were underwater. The watch's face revealed something impossible. The second hand trembled in place, vibrating between two marks but never quite completing its journey forward. I blinked several times, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the peculiar sight remained unchanged. Rising from my chair, I observed that the dust motes suspended in the sunbeams remained perfectly still, frozen in their aerial dance. The steam from my tea had ceased its graceful ascent, creating an ethereal sculpture in the air. Even the curtains hung motionless, caught in mid-sway by whatever strange phenomenon had gripped my morning. The silence was profound, yet not oppressive. The usual ambient sounds, birds chirping, distant traffic, the hum of household appliances had all faded away, leaving behind a peaceful stillness that felt almost sacred. As I moved through my study, each step seemed to ripple through the air like stones dropped in a still pond, creating invisible waves in the fabric of frozen time. Making my way to the window, I gazed out at a world transformed into a living photograph. A bird hung suspended mid-flight, its wings spread majestically against the cloud-strewn sky. Below in the garden, leaves paused in their autumn descent, creating a three-dimensional artwork that no sculptor could hope to replicate. A neighbor's cat stood perfectly still on the garden wall, its tail curved in an elegant arc that would never complete its motion. The strange serenity of the moment began to seep into my consciousness. Rather than feeling afraid, I found myself fascinated by this pause in reality. I walked through my house, examining the countless small details that usually passed unnoticed in the rush of daily life. Water droplets from a leaking faucet formed perfect spheres in the air. The hands on every clock had stopped, yet I felt no urgency, no desire to restore the normal flow of time. In the kitchen, I found my morning newspaper frozen in mid-flutter, the pages suspended as if caught by an invisible hand. The headlines spoke of world events that suddenly seemed distant and unimportant in this timeless moment. What significance did deadlines and schedules hold in a world where time itself had lost its meaning? As I returned to my study, I noticed something that sent a gentle shiver down my spine. While everything else remained frozen, my reflection in the old mirror above the fireplace moved in perfect synchronization with me. But there was something in the quality of the reflection that seemed slightly off, as if I were looking at a version of myself from another dimension where time flowed differently. The mirror drew me closer, its surface appearing somehow deeper than it should, like a window into another world. My reflection's eyes held a knowing look I didn't recognize, and for a brief moment I could have sworn I saw it smile independently of my own expression. The glass felt warm to the touch, unlike any mirror I'd encountered before. Hours might have passed, or perhaps only minutes. It was impossible to tell in this timeless state. I found myself seated once again at my desk, contemplating the frozen world around me. My journal lay open before me, pen poised above the blank page, but what could one write about time when time itself had ceased to exist? Gradually, almost imperceptibly at first, I began to notice subtle changes. The dust motes trembled slightly, like dancers preparing to resume their performance. The steam from my long cold tea began to dissipate, and the curtains stirred with the faintest of movements. The grandfather clock's pendulum swung once, tentatively, then resumed its steady rhythm as if it had never stopped. Time had returned, flowing once again like a river released from winter's ice. The bird outside my window completed its flight, the cat finished its stretch, and the autumn leaves continued their descent to the ground. Everything returned to normal, yet nothing felt quite the same. To this day, I cannot explain what happened during that strange morning. The grandfather clock still keeps perfect time, and life continues its predictable pattern. But sometimes, when the light hits the mirror just right, I catch a glimpse of that other version of myself, the one who exists in that moment where time stands still. And I wonder if somewhere in another dimension, that version of me is still exploring a world frozen in perfect, peaceful silence, discovering the beauty in each suspended moment. Story 32. The wooden floor creaked under my steps as I walked down the hallway in the twilight of sunset. Grandma's house had always had that particular way of communicating, as if every board wanted to tell a different story. The air smelled of lavender and old wood, a familiar scent that had accompanied me during all the summers of my childhood. But that evening, something was different. I stopped in front of the old attic door, drawn to a detail I had never noticed before. The white paint, chipped in several places, showed peculiar marks on its surface. Getting closer, I noticed they weren't just random scratches due to time. They seemed to form a pattern, as if someone or something had tried to etch a message from the inside. The sun was setting, and the amber light filtering through the hallway windows painted elongated shadows on the walls. The silence was broken only by the regular ticking of the grandfather clock downstairs and the rustling of leaves moved by the wind beyond the glass. I gently placed my fingers on the marks, feeling the roughness of the scratched wood under my fingertips. The marks were methodical, almost geometric in their arrangement. Some were deeper, others barely noticeable, as if they had been traced at different times. I found myself wondering how many times I had passed by that door without noticing them. Grandma had never mentioned strange noises coming from the attic, yet now that I thought about it, I remembered how she always avoided climbing those stairs. A cold breeze caressed my neck, making me shiver. The hallway seemed longer than usual, and the shadows had grown denser. I took the old brass key from its hook on the wall. It was heavy and cold to the touch, decorated with floral patterns now almost worn away by time. I inserted it into the lock hesitantly, feeling the internal mechanism resist slightly. As I turned the key, a subtle sound caught my attention. It was like a slow, deep breath, almost imperceptible, that seemed to come from the other side of the door. I froze, my heart beating a bit faster in my chest. The sound ceased immediately, leaving only the silence of the house to keep me company. With trembling hands, I turned on my phone's flashlight. The beam of light illuminated the door's surface, revealing other details that were previously hidden in shadow. The scratches formed what appeared to be a circular pattern, like a spiral wrapping around itself. In the center, I noticed something that made me hold my breath, a series of numbers, etched so delicately they were almost invisible to the naked eye. As I tried to decipher those numbers, a memory emerged from the fog of memory. Grandma had once told me about a diary hidden somewhere in the house that contained family secrets. She had never wanted to tell me where it was, but I remembered her distant look while talking about it, as if she were trying to protect something precious. The wind outside had intensified, making the old windows moan. The shadows in the hallway seemed to dance to the rhythm of that spectral music. I felt there was a connection between those numbers on the door and the hidden diary, but something held me back from opening that door. Perhaps it was instinct, perhaps it was the wisdom passed down through generations of women in my family. As I slowly walked away, I thought I heard a scratching sound coming from inside the attic. It wasn't loud or threatening, but gentle and methodical, as if someone was patiently etching a new message. I turned one last time toward the door. In the dying light of day, the scratches seemed to glow with a faint light of their own. That night, sitting in my bed, I thought about the numbers I had seen. I transcribed them in my notebook, promising myself to return the next day to study them better. but when I woke up the next morning, the attic door appeared perfectly normal, without any visible scratches on its surface. Only the brass key, still on its hook, seemed to retain a particular glow, as if it held a secret that wasn't yet ready to reveal. Since then, every time I visit Grandma's house, I stop in front of that door. Sometimes I think I see the scratches reappear in the dim light, other times I hear that slow breath from the other side, but I've never tried to open it again. Some mysteries, perhaps, are better left as they are, guarded in the silence of an old house and in the memory of those who know how to listen to its whispers. Story 33. The autumn garden was wrapped in a thin blanket of fog that morning as I gathered the leaves that had fallen during the night. The cool air caressed my face, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and chrysanthemums I had planted a few weeks earlier. The silence was almost complete, broken only by the gentle rustling of dry leaves under my feet and the occasional song of an early bird. It was while I was raking near the old stone bench that I noticed something faintly shimmering among the leaves. A silvery reflection caught my attention, like a dewdrop that had captured a ray of sunlight. I slowly bent down, gently brushing away the wet leaves, and found an antique necklace. It was a finely crafted piece of jewelry, with an oval pendant decorated with intricate floral patterns and a small blue stone in the center that seemed to capture light in a hypnotic way. I took the necklace in my hands, feeling its light weight and cold surface against my skin. It didn't belong to anyone I knew, I was certain of that. I had lived alone in that house for more than 20 years, and I couldn't remember ever seeing any of the neighbors wearing such a piece of jewelry. The blue stone continued to shine with a particular luminosity, almost as if it possessed its own light. That evening, after carefully cleaning the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. I fell asleep watching how the moonlight filtering through the window reflected off the metallic surface, creating dancing shadows on the wall. During the night, I woke up several times with the sensation of hearing a distant melody, like a music box playing somewhere in the house. It was a sweet and melancholic tune, almost imperceptible, that seemed to dissolve as soon as I tried to focus on it. In the morning, I noticed that the necklace had changed position on the nightstand, as if someone had moved it during the night. The blue stone seemed more opaque in daylight, but when I picked it up, I felt a slight warmth emanating from the metal, different from the cold it had transmitted the day before. I decided to do some research on its origin. In the following days, I began to notice small changes in the house. The objects on the kitchen table appeared moved in the morning, as if someone had examined them during the night. The family photographs on the hallway wall seemed tilted differently each day, and the nighttime melody continued, becoming clearer, more recognizable, but still impossible to locate precisely. One evening, while I was sitting in my armchair reading, with the necklace resting on the side table next to me, I distinctly heard the sound of light footsteps coming from upstairs. They were delicate steps, like those of a child walking on tiptoe. I slowly got up, climbed the stairs, trying not to make noise, but found no one. However, in the guest room that I used as a storage room, I found an old wooden box that I didn't remember ever seeing before. The box was finely inlaid with the same floral patterns as the necklace. Inside, lying on a cushion of faded velvet, was a photograph yellowed by time. It showed a young woman wearing a necklace identical to the one I had found. On the back of the photograph was a date written in faded ink and a phrase, "To remember the happy days in the garden." From that night on, the music box melody became more frequent, but no longer unsettling. It was as if the house itself was singing a lullaby, a sweet melody that filled the rooms in the quietest hours of the night. Sometimes, when I sat in the garden on autumn evenings, I seemed to glimpse a blurred figure moving among the trees, like a memory trying to materialize. I never discovered who the woman in the photograph was, nor how the necklace had ended up in my garden. I've learned to accept the presence of this mystery in my life like one accepts the changing of seasons or the passing of time. The necklace still rests on my nightstand, and occasionally on the quietest nights when the moon is full and the wind whispers through the leaves, I seem to hear distant laughter mixing with the music box melody, like an echo of happy days forgotten by time. Story 34. The steady rhythm of rainfall against my window had become a familiar companion during my late-night writing sessions. Each droplet traced silvery paths down the glass, creating an ever-shifting canvas of watery light. The warm glow of my desk lamp cast a gentle sphere of amber around me, while the rest of the room remained wrapped in comfortable shadows. I had developed a habit of watching the raindrops, finding patterns in their meandering trails. Sometimes, when my mind wandered from my work, I would imagine stories hidden within their crystalline paths. But tonight, something about their dance seemed different. The water appeared to flow in unusual ways, as though guided by an unseen hand. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of tired eyes. The soft patter of rain had nearly lulled me into that peaceful state between wakefulness and dreams. Yet as I continued to observe, the strange patterns became more pronounced. The droplets seemed to avoid certain areas of the glass, creating dry spaces that slowly formed what appeared to be the outline of a figure. My breath caught as I leaned closer to the window. The reflection showed not only the rain, but also the dim interior of my room behind me. In that layered mirror of glass and water, I noticed something peculiar about my own reflection. It seemed slightly out of sync with my movements, as though responding to them a fraction of a second too late. The gentle whisper of rain grew louder, filling my ears with its subtle music. I watched, transfixed, as my reflection's hand moved to touch the glass even though my own remained firmly in my lap. The movement was smooth, almost graceful, like a dancer following a choreography I hadn't learned. A soft warmth spread across my skin despite the cool air near the window. The reflection's features began to shift, subtle changes that transformed it into something both familiar and foreign. The eyes that gazed back at me held depths I had never seen in my own, wisdom that seemed to span centuries. Standing perfectly still, I observed as my reflection continued its gentle metamorphosis. The face became neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but something timeless. The rain created patterns around it like a frame of flowing silver, and I noticed that the droplets now moved in perfect circles, defying gravity. My desk lamp flickered once, briefly dimming the room. In that moment of darkness, I felt a presence beside me, as gentle as a mother's touch. When the light stabilized, my reflection had returned to normal, mimicking my movements with perfect precision. But the rain still fell in those impossible circles, a reminder that something extraordinary had visited. For hours, I sat by the window, watching the rain and contemplating what I had witnessed. The presence I had felt lingered like the memory of a beloved song, neither frightening nor intrusive. As dawn approached, the rain gradually subsided, leaving behind a window streaked with ordinary watermarks. Now on rainy nights, I find myself drawn to that window, pen and paper forgotten on my desk. Sometimes, when the conditions are just right and the rainfall creates that perfect mirror, I catch glimpses of that other self watching me through the glass. We share a quiet understanding, my reflection and I, knowing that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than solved. The rain continues to fall, each drop carrying the possibility of another encounter. And in those moments between watching and being watched, I wonder if somewhere in another realm of existence, another version of me sits by their window, hoping to catch a glimpse of my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 35. That night the snow fell silently, covering every surface with a pristine blanket that shimmered under the dim glow of the streetlights. My job as a night watchman allowed me to witness this natural spectacle in complete solitude as I walked along the corridors of the old museum. The ancient wooden floors creaked under my steps, creating a familiar melody that mingled with the low hum of the heating system. I stopped in front of one of the large windows on the second floor, admiring how the snowflakes danced through the air before gently settling on the ground. It was then that I noticed something unusual in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure moved among the bare trees, but what caught my attention wasn't its unexpected presence. It was the fact that it left no traces on the fresh snow. My first instinct was to check the security cameras. I headed to the control room, where dozens of monitors lit up the walls with their bluish glow. I carefully scanned each screen, trying to spot the mysterious figure again. I found it on one of the monitors showing the inner courtyard, but the image was strangely blurry, as if something were interfering with the recording. I decided to investigate in person. The museum's silence felt deeper than usual as I descended the stairs to the ground floor. The sound of my footsteps echoed through the empty halls, bouncing off the display cases housing precious artifacts. The air was still, charged with that static electricity that often precedes inexplicable events. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, I could see the snow continuing its relentless fall. I paused for a moment to observe, and that's when I saw it again. It was a man, or at least it seemed to be dressed in dark clothes that blended with the shadows. He moved with an unnatural grace, as if gliding over the snowy surface. There was no sound of footsteps, no crunch of compressed snow. With trembling hands, I pulled the flashlight from my belt and aimed it at the figure. The beam of light seemed to pass through him, creating strange reflections on the surrounding snow. The man slowly turned toward me, and I noticed that his face was undefined, as though made of the same nebulous substance that formed the rest of his body. I approached the door leading to the courtyard, torn between professional curiosity and a primal instinct telling me to keep my distance. The cold glass under my fingers reminded me that what I was seeing was real, not a hallucination brought on by long hours of solitude. The figure began moving in my direction, still leaving no trace on the pristine snow. As it approached, the air around me grew colder, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. The hallway's temperature seemed to plummet, and a thin frost began to form on the glass of the door. It was then that I noticed something even stranger. Behind the figure, objects appeared to lose their solidity, as if its presence was distorting reality itself. The leaves on the trees moved unnaturally, as though suspended in an invisible liquid. The man stopped a few steps from the door. Despite his lack of defined features, I could feel his gaze on me. A sense of recognition washed over me, as if I'd known him forever, though I was certain we'd never met. Slowly, he raised a hand toward the glass. The gesture wasn't threatening, it almost seemed like a greeting. The frost on the glass began forming intricate patterns, as if writing a message in a forgotten language. I tried to decipher the symbols, but before I could, the distant sound of bells distracted me for an instant. When I looked back, the man was gone. The snow in the courtyard was perfectly undisturbed, with no sign of human presence. The frost on the glass had melted, leaving only small droplets of water slowly trickling down. In the days that followed, I reviewed the security footage multiple times. There was no trace of the mysterious man, only snow falling in the empty courtyard. And yet on snowy nights, when silence wraps the museum like a blanket, I often find myself gazing through that same glass door, waiting to see that enigmatic figure that leaves no footprints. Sometimes, when the light is just right and the snow falls in the perfect way, I think I catch a glimpse of a shapeless form moving among the flakes. In those moments, I wonder if that encounter was a messenger of something greater, a reminder that there are mysteries beyond our understanding, truths that leave no visible traces, just like that man on the pristine snow. Story 36. Winter nights have always had a peculiar effect on me, especially when the fog wraps everything in a silent embrace. I was in my study, wrapped in the warmth of a wool blanket, while outside the window, the world seemed to dissolve into a sea of silvery mist. The lamp on my desk cast a warm, comforting glow, creating dancing shadows on the walls lined with books. It was at that moment I noticed something strange in the glass reflection, an object I had never seen before, yet it felt oddly familiar. It was a small, dark wooden box, intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift every time I looked away. I didn't remember ever owning it, yet there it was that evening, sitting on the edge of the desk as if it had always been there. Its grain seemed to faintly pulse in the dim light, as though it held a life of its own. Slowly I rose from my chair, the rustle of the blanket sliding to the floor accompanied by the soft creak of the wooden floorboards. As I approached the desk, a subtle scent of aged wood and beeswax reached me, evoking childhood memories I didn't know I had. My fingers brushed the box's surface, finding it surprisingly warm to the touch. The carvings seemed to tell a story that was ever changing. One moment they depicted a moonlit forest, the next a stormy sea, and then a starlit sky in a timeless night. I sat down again, this time closer to the lamp, studying every detail of this mysterious object. That's when I realized something unsettling. This box, with its exact shifting carvings, had appeared in my dreams over the past few weeks. I had seen it many times, always in different settings, yet always radiating the same aura of mystery it now exuded in reality. In the silence of the room, the ticking of the grandfather clock seemed to slow, as if time itself held its breath. The shadows cast by the lamp stretched across the walls, dancing in increasingly elaborate forms. I picked up the box, surprised by its substantial weight despite its small size. There was no visible lock, yet I felt certain there was something important inside. As I examined it, I noticed the carvings were slowly converging toward the center of the lid, forming a pattern I had never seen before. The wood seemed to vibrate slightly under my fingers, reacting to my touch. The beeswax aroma grew stronger, mingling with an older, more mysterious fragrance I couldn't identify. It was then that I heard a sound from inside the box, a soft, melodic hum that reminded me of a forgotten lullaby. My eyelids grew unexpectedly heavy, and I found myself fighting against an unanticipated drowsiness. The lamp's light seemed to gently pulse in time with the hypnotic sound. I woke hours later, still seated at my desk. The fog outside the window had cleared, revealing a night sky dotted with stars. The box was gone, but a darker imprint remained on the wooden surface, as if it had been there for years. I wondered if it had all been a dream, but as I rose to go to bed, I noticed something strange. On the back of my hand was a small carving, resembling the ones on the box, faintly glowing in the dim light. Since that night, the box continues to appear in my dreams, but differently. Now it seems to be trying to show me something, to convey a message I cannot yet understand. And every morning when I wake, the carving on my hand appears slightly changed, as though it is slowly composing a message that only time will reveal. I wonder if others have seen this box in their dreams, if they too bear the invisible marks of a mystery that unfolds only in the dream world. The truth is, I no longer know where the dream ends and reality begins. Perhaps that boundary never truly existed, and the box is merely a bridge between two worlds that have always been closer than we think. As I write these words, I catch the familiar scent of beeswax lingering in the air, and I know that tonight, in the realm of dreams, the box is waiting for me with new secrets to unveil. Story 37. The antique shop always held a particular charm in the fading light of evening. Walking through its narrow aisles, I found comfort in the gentle creaking of aged floorboards beneath my feet and the way dust particles danced in the amber rays filtering through Victorian-era lace curtains. The air carried a blend of leather-bound books, polished wood, and memories trapped in forgotten belongings. That's when I first heard it, a delicate melody, barely audible, floating between the shelves like a whispered secret. The notes were crisp yet distant, reminiscent of an era when music was carved into vinyl and released into the world through brass horns. I followed the sound, drawn by its haunting familiarity, though I couldn't place the tune. In the furthest corner of the shop, past shelves of tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood a mahogany gramophone. Its brass horn curved gracefully upward, catching the evening light. The turntable moved slowly, though no record was visible on its surface. As I approached, the music grew neither louder nor fainter, maintaining its ethereal quality. The shop owner, an elderly woman with silver hair and kind eyes, appeared beside me so quietly I nearly jumped. "Beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice matching the gentleness of the phantom melody. "It arrived last week with an estate collection. Curious thing, though we've never wound it up." I studied the mechanism more closely. The winding key remained still, yet the turntable continued its hypnotic rotation. The music, a waltz perhaps, or a nocturne, wove through the air like silk threads, drawing me deeper into its mystery. My fingers traced the wood grain, feeling unexpected warmth beneath its polished surface. "Would you like to take it home?" the shop owner asked, her eyes holding a knowing look I couldn't quite interpret. Some objects choose their owners, you see, and this one seems quite taken with you. That evening, the gramophone found a place in my study, beside the window where moonlight could caress its brass horn. I spent hours examining every detail, the intricate scrollwork on its base, the barely visible maker's mark worn smooth by time, the perfectly balanced arm that should hold the needle. The music continued, soft and intermittent, like a radio signal from another time. Some nights it played what sounded like classical pieces, other times jazz standards that might have filled dance halls a century ago. Each melody seemed to carry emotions within its notes: joy, longing, melancholy, hope, as if the gramophone had absorbed the feelings of everyone who had ever listened to it. I began to notice subtle changes in my home. Books would be slightly out of place, as if someone had been reading them while I slept. The curtains would flutter on still nights. The air would sometimes carry the faintest scent of perfume, lavender and vanilla, though I lived alone. One particularly quiet evening, as rain tapped gently against the windows, the music changed. Instead of its usual ethereal distance, it became clearer, more present. I recognized the piece Debussy's Clair de Lune, though I'd never heard it performed quite this way. The notes seemed to paint pictures in the air: moonlight on water, leaves dancing in a midnight breeze, lovers walking through gaslit streets. As I closed my eyes, letting the music wash over me, I felt a slight pressure on the cushion beside me, as if someone had settled there to listen together. The perfume grew stronger, and the air took on a curious weight, like the moment before snow begins to fall. When I opened my eyes, the pressure remained, though I saw only the play of shadows on my furniture. The music softened again, returning to its usual distant quality, but something had changed. The gramophone no longer felt like just an antique, it had become a bridge between worlds, a keeper of stories that wanted to be heard. Now each evening I sit in my study as darkness gathers. Sometimes I read, sometimes I simply listen. The gramophone plays its mysterious music, and occasionally I feel that gentle presence beside me. I've never tried to explain it or capture the music on any recording device. Some mysteries, I've learned, are meant to be experienced rather than understood. The shop owner was right, some objects do choose their owners. And in choosing me, the gramophone has shared something precious. The understanding that music, memory, and magic weave together in ways we may never fully comprehend. As another melody begins to float through the air, I smile, knowing that somewhere between the notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the heart, beyond the need for words or explanation.